All right, welcome everybody. Adam Stark here. Today, I'm very busy, so sorry if you hear things in the background. What I'm going to try to do and attempt to do, I want to go over all of my books. And this time, I'm going to talk about spoilers. Yes, I'm going to expose little Easter eggs and little hidden meanings and things like that in my books. And there is another video I have done. I did this years ago, and please refer to that video if you want a preview of my books without spoilers. Please refer to that video or listen to that audio, okay? This today is going to be different. This is going to be talking about all of my 6 books with spoilers this time. I'm going to talk about it and kind of expose it, let it all out there, because I'm very proud of this. And to be honest, the things that are considered spoilers are the best part of my books, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Now, to those who don't know anything about me, first time hearing me, I'm Adam Stark. I have been an artist publicly on the internet since 2007. I have done everything for free. I don't charge. I don't want money for anything. I've done this all for free. The important thing to me is to prove to the world that I have talent, and that's what I've done all this time now. And as an author, now this is different. I was a serious rap artist. I still am. I'm just not as busy anymore as I used to be. But as a serious rap artist, I expanded my horizons and decided to become an author as well of books. Of books, by the way, that have nothing to do with rap or hip-hop except one of them, because that one is an autobiography, so that's obvious. Besides that, none of these books have anything to do with rap or hip-hop or me or anything like that. The reason is I have always been an avid reader and moviegoer. I can't even tell you how many books I've read, how many movies I've watched, and over the years I've always said, and we all do this ourselves, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know about yourself, but what I come across is, I'll go, you know what, I didn't like that part, I would have done that differently. Or, you know what, I liked this, but I hated the ending. Or, in a movie, you could say, well, why was it shot stupidly like that? Why would that angle doesn't make any sense? Or, hey, this twist is overused. Why do they keep using this twist and think it's going to be effective? Things like that. I don't need to go on and belabor the point. But, so, by doing that, I decided, well, why don't I do this myself? If I know what I want out of a story, why don't I create it myself? And that's exactly what I have done. My first book, I've done 6 books. My first book was in 2016, going live in 3, 2, what? That's what it's called. And what I did was, I wanted a title that sounded like you knew exactly where it was going to go to, and then it ended up going in another direction, because instead of one, I said what. And you're going, oh, okay, so this is a little different. Now, I got to apologize now. In the free audiobook versions of my books, which I have all over on the internet in different sources, because I use this website called Free Text to Speech or something like that, it's a generic voice that just does my entire book for me in audio format. Because of that, there is some errors in the audio books. I apologize. For example, some homophones, words that are spelled the same, but they're completely different. L-I-V-E, live and live. It's the same thing. So when you come across that, for example, in the audiobook it says going live in 3, 2, what, which is annoying, but yeah. That's what I get for doing that instead of recording it myself. I apologize. But so certain homophones, certain words were changed because of the, I don't know, like instead of fist, it said first, and there's other examples like that. Instead of worst, it said worth or something. I apologize for that. Now the ebooks themselves, I have been editing and fixing over the years. So whenever I find an error, because I'm solo, I just do this by myself, and sometimes I literally think it's perfect, and then I go back and I find an error and I fix it, and then I re-update and upload the book, and that's great. That's what I love about ebooks, is you can just update them and fix them, and it's great. So my first book in July of 2016, my very first book. So this is my take on a modern-day action-adventure suspenseful thriller. So you're going to come across a lot of gunfights, fistfights, car chases, and modern-day technology. Okay, what this one is it appeals to like conspiracy theorists in a way, but not in a bad way. Here's why I say that, because the thing is, when you hear that term, it's a loaded term. You immediately, not everybody, of course, but a lot of people immediately associate that as a negative thing, because most conspiracies are stupid and fake and wrong. So therefore, when you have a real, actual conspiracy, what do? You dismiss it because you associate that person as believing in the dumb ones that don't make any sense, that don't have any evidence, that the media loves to cover because it's fun to make fun of and all that, of course. So it defeats the purpose. And it makes the person invested in that look bad. So what I have done is I've kind of shown another side to that. So my main character is one of two main characters. But the first character is Jack Racine Anchorage. And he lives by himself in a home in the middle of nowhere in the woods. So he's completely isolated. And I start off by explaining he has a master's degree on the wall, so he is a smart guy. He did get out in the world at one point in time and apply himself. And that's kind of what I'm showing subtly with that. Okay? And Jack is a conspiracy theorist, quote unquote. So what does he do? What he does is he gets and he basically breaks down conspiracies, and he breaks down news stories, and he shows when things are being covered up, when the media is lying to us and everything. He exposes that, and he makes a grand display with his program. And his program is not too big, but it's big enough that enough people notice it. You know what I mean? So it's not like you're not going to find this guy on the front of any social media thing, but enough people follow him that it's worth his time to keep pursuing, if that makes sense. No, but what does this say? He's alone and he's isolated. He has no neighbors, and I mentioned that in the book, and he's in the middle of nowhere. What does that sound like? Well, it sounds like how a lot of quote-unquote conspiracy theorists would feel like, right? Because a lot of them feel like nobody understands them, or they feel alone because they understand the world better than other people is how they feel. That's how they feel, right? And so they feel like they have some, again, I'm generalizing, so don't take my word as perfect encapsulation of a conspiracy theorist's thoughts, obviously. I'm just saying a generalization. But they might feel like, hey, the rest of the world doesn't understand, or they don't want to understand, but I do, so I feel alone in that aspect. And I can't talk about what I feel and what I think I've discovered, because if I do, that isolates me. It makes them not want anything to do with me, and then it puts me in a position of being even more alone, right? So that's kind of the subtle feeling I was pushing there, and I feel like I did a good enough job with that. That's just my opinion, of course. I am open to critiques, as long as they're honest critiques. I've said this before in my rap lyrics breakdowns. I said, listen, I am always open to critiques if they're honest. If you actually stand on your position and say something where you actually back it up and you're not just talking trash, I will listen to you. I will. Maybe I did that wrong. Maybe I didn't do it. Maybe I was too subtle. Maybe I should have hammered the point better. I'm willing to listen, people, but you got to actually, raise your objections properly. Anyway, sorry, I keep getting off topic, but I'm Adam Stark. That's what I do. Anyways, so then what happens is, and by the way, Jack's middle name, Racine, that is an inside joke, and it has nothing to do with the city Racine, Wisconsin. It has nothing to do with that. It actually is an inside joke between me and some of my friends. Just throwing that out there for my friends that would know, because that's Jack's middle name. Anyways, so then Jack finds, and he's basically hacked into a CIA database, and he discovered something that he's ready to pull the lid off of and expose to the world, and it's going to get him a lot of views. He's going to feel like a hero. This is like his big moment, per se, because he lives alone. So, like, what else is he going to live for? It's stuff like this. Being the one to expose some crazy government corruption, right? That's what Jack is about to do. So, because of that, this moment is very pivotal to him. Now, by doing that, he doesn't know yet that this has alerted the CIA. Now, get this. This is how much integrity I have. I say this specifically in the book, and I'm only telling people now in case they think that I'm not making it clear enough in the actual book. I'll make it clear now because I made it clear in the book, but in case I forget to say it later. I did not say in my book, I did not say the entire CIA is corrupt. The entire CIA is evil. I never said that. I said in my book, if you actually read it, I said there are some members of the CIA that are traitors. So you see how honest I am? Did I say they all are? No, I did not. Because I wouldn't say that in real life. That doesn't make sense. You can't tell me an entire group of people is just evil. No. I'm sure some of them are, and I'm sure some of them have done sketchy things, obviously. So, that's why, but look how fair I am. I'm not saying all of them are bad. And I make that clear in the book, okay? Because this is the point. So Jack comes across this EMP nuke weapon that the CIA traitors specifically have, and they're planning to use it. So they're going to use it. They're going to use it, and it's not just going to affect the the country around them, but not the CIA. No. It's people in the CIA. What they are going to do is use this EMP nuke and send the country back to the Stone Ages, technologically speaking. They're going to reset every bank account. They're going to terminate every bank account. They are going to wipe out all electronic financial infrastructures, and they're going to, turn off all digital codes of medical records and everything. Imagine how bad that would be. Well, Jack discovers this, and he's trying to have his hero moment. But it gets to him, and he goes, well, I'm going to reveal this tomorrow because the hype is going to garner even more views and stuff, so he makes that mistake. And now, that's the thing about my characters. They all make mistakes. They all have flaws because I'm trying to make them human-like as best as I can. And another distinguishable characteristic of my characters in my books, they always think off the top of their head, think impromptu, think on their feet. Why? Because that's like me, as Adam Stark, a freestyle MC, a freestyle battle rapper, undefeated, by the way. I go off the top. I rap off the top. I have several hours of freestyle footage on my channel and live stream freestyle rap battles on my channel. So you hear that, and you know, okay, Adam can think on his feet. He can think off the fly. He can come up with something in the moment. That's what I implement in my main characters in my books. Now, sorry, back to the point. So he gets a knock on his door. Now, he doesn't get knocks on his door. He doesn't have neighbors. He doesn't know anybody around there. So and I emphasize this in the book. Right now, I'm doing a cruel job of explaining this book and story with all my stories I'm about to do, but I wanted to give away the spoilers for this. Anyways, so he gets a knock on his door. In comes Dwight Simmons. Now, little background. Dwight Simmons is a name I invented, I came up with, all the way back when I was in 7th grade English. I don't know why, but I remember we had to write papers, and I kept reusing that name, Dwight Simmons. I just kept using it, Dwight Simmons. I thought it sounded cool, and so in English, when we had to write a paper, a fictional paper, and, do essays and stuff, I would use that character name in my school papers. It was a name that stuck to me. I thought it was cool. And I gave his full name in this book, Dwight Howard Simmons. Now, why? You might think because there is a basketball player named Dwight Howard, which is ironically has nothing to do with why I said it. I don't know much about basketball, but actually, break down those initials. Dwight Howard Simmons, DHS. What does that sound like? Department of Homeland Security. Ah, okay, you see? My writing's a little deeper than you think. Now, what is he doing? He's coming to protect Jack. Jack doesn't want to let this guy in. He doesn't even know this guy. And this guy shows Jack an arsenal of guns. And he says, listen, They are coming to your house right now. There's a kill squad. They are going to kill you because of what you've revealed. So Dwight Simmons is there, and now he's the other main character of the rest of the book. Long story short, the action in this is incredible, and the action in my next book is incredible. I make the action as unique as I possibly can because I've seen enough in my life to know what's going to remind you of something, what's going to be original, what's going to excite you, because it's not going to be like a generic everyday thing you've seen a million times in movies and read in books. No. I try to make it as original as possible. I have it where, Dwight, shoves this object down the stairs and it takes the guy out, and then he sets off a loud battery-operated boombox to distract them while he shoots them, and all this stuff. I do my best to be very good with my choreography, if you will, my visual writing of choreography. So that being said, right, obviously Dwight saves Jack, or else we wouldn't have a story. So he saves Jack. He explains to Jack that now this is going to be a journey with you and me, because now, even though we're actually innocent, it doesn't matter. They are going to mark us, put us on the front page of everything on the news. We're going to be the most wanted people in the country for crimes we didn't even commit. They're just going to make it up as they go and hunt us down. So Dwight stalls them by making Jack look like he died and sending a picture with one of the CIA members' laptop thing, and just stall for time until they realize that whether they go there or whether they keep trying to communicate with the agents that just died at Jack's house and realize that, okay, he's obviously not there. Whatever happens, that's not important. The important thing is that they failed, so now they got to go after Dwight and Jack. Dwight takes Jack to one of his safe houses and reveals that Dwight Simmons is actually supposed to be dead. Everybody assumed he was dead, including his own CIA members. He faked his death because he was thinking there has to be something going on with the world where he's going to, these people are becoming bad. And so what Dwight decides is, I'm going to fake my death to get the death with benefits for my family. I'll live with my family. I have to obviously be very careful about ever going outside, or else wear extreme disguises or something when I'm with them. And then he has to, he plants this device in the CIA base that basically can spy on them, keep tabs on them and stuff. So that's how he's discovering all this information, and that's how he discovered about Jack's program, and that's why he traveled to get to Jack and try and save him and everything. Okay, so he does that. He explains a little bit about his background. He explains how he was able to do a body switch, a cadaver switch, so he could fake his death. He explains all of his accomplishments in the CIA and how not all of them are bad. Okay, emphasizing the point I made a minute ago myself. Okay, and so he's basically he saves Jack. He explains, okay, this is our mission now. Now you and I are the only ones that know this. Nobody can help us. Nobody will help us. It doesn't matter. We're absolutely screwed at this point. So we need to stick together, and it becomes a road trip. He does some light training with Jack, and he shows him how to use a gun for the first time, and he shows him, this is what I do, and he takes adrenaline shots before every fight, and it creeps Jack out a little bit, but he has to just kind of go with it because his life has just changed forever. So now Jack has a purpose, but it's not the kind of purpose he wanted. Jack's purpose now is he needs to help Dwight because they're the only two people who know the truth about what's going to happen to their country. Nobody else could possibly believe them or listen to them. So what they need to do is work together. They have to shut down the two bases that could have possibly launched this EMP nuke and send the country back. So when they take down one base, and I'm going to speed up a little bit, they take down one base, and it was tough, and things did not go according to plan, but it worked. And what I like about this is, at first when I was writing it, I looked back at it and I thought, you know what, this went a little too perfect. It really did. So I actually went back and rewrote the action in this scene, and this infiltration kind of, sneaky stuff in this scene. And I realized, like, I have to have flaws. Like, if it's just perfectly executed, what's the point? So I made it so Jack kind of screws up a few times, and Dwight's there to try and help him. And Dwight's also trying to deal with Jack's anxiety, because Dwight doesn't have the same anxiety because he's killed so many people. And then so Jack has to kind of adjust to this extreme change, and he gets cut, but he doesn't get killed. Dwight saves him, and all this stuff. And it's a brilliant scene. You guys, you got to read it. You will love it. Infiltration of that base is well done. Okay, then another thing I'll mention quick. This is something I do. I don't know if this is good or bad, but I'm open to critiques. You can tell me. Please tell me. I name my chapters. I don't just say chapter 1, chapter 2, I name my chapters. Sometimes it's a pun. Sometimes it's a metaphor. Sometimes it's just funny. But it has to do with what's coming ahead, obviously. I'm pretty sure that's obvious, but say that anyway. Tell me if that's good or bad. I've heard some people tell me after I did it, they said, you should never do that. I was like, oh, wow. I didn't know there was like an extreme opinion on that. But anyways, I want people to let me know. What do you think? Anyways, that being said, then what they do next, they have to pull off a heist. Now, how many of you like heist movies, heist films, and heist stories? I do. I love them very much. There's so many examples of these. There's, The Store with Robert De Niro. There's Heat, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino. There's Inception. There's Sneakers with Robert Redford, Dan Aykroyd, Sidney Poitier. Like, there's so many of these movies. What do we love about them? Well, one thing we love about them is the setup, right? They set everything up. They go to execute the heist. Some things in their plan work perfectly, and then what always inevitably happens? Some things don't. Some things fail. Some things go wrong, right? Yes, that's how they always work. You've ever seen one of these. So that's kind of what I did here. I have been watching a show called Forensic Files for a very long time. I love that show. It's actually my favorite program on television. I love that program. And I remember in one of them, there was this nurse, I think it was a nurse, who was working in this hospital, and she stole this med called succinylcholine. And what she would do is she would give a lethal dose of it to patients, and investigators were stunned because they couldn't figure out how they were dying, because this succinylcholine stuff, it basically, it renders your muscles dead, but obviously if you do a lethal amount of it, then you can't even breathe, and then obviously you would die. And so it's not something that can be traced as easily. So Dwight has this plan. He fakes that Jack is under like an extreme traumatic injury, brings them to a hospital, and then like Dwight's like his caretaker or whatever. Then when he gets in the hospital, he takes somebody hostage, and then he takes them to the back room or whatever, and he steals a lot of their succinylcholine medicine and stuff. And so by doing this, it's an intense scene, and I am as vague as possible with like the medical terms, because I don't want to say something wrong and stupid, and then it takes you out of the immersion if you're somebody that knows so much about medical stuff. So I'm as vague as possible. But anyways, when he uses this wheelchair has a lot of functions, and one of them is it can go full speed at massive fast speeds, and it can even self-destruct. So they end up leaving that facility by there's a bunch of cop cars outside or whatever. They shoot this wheelchair forward, and it blows up the cop cars and stuff. And then they go to their escape car. They replace the license plate to make it different. He has all these Dwight has all these fake license plates and stuff so he can make the best of his escapes as effectively as possible and everything. So then the next part of the heist, and by the way, I just summarized that in a few sentences. I'm doing a very big injustice to my book, and to all my books I'll talk about later as well. Like, you actually got to read this to understand how great this was. So forgive me, but I'm just trying to make a quick summary with spoilers of my books. So what I love about this, right? So they get the succinylcholine now, and then what they do is they go to the power grid. They will need to shut down this power grid to, again, try to delay this this inevitable death coming. So what they do is they go outside of this power plant. They climb way up high in this tree of this parking lot of this power plant, and one of them flashes a light on the people that work at this power plant at their eyes. So then what do? They raise their arm to cover their eyes from the light, and then when they do that, then the shooter of the two shoots this dart that puts the succinylcholine in their armpit. Why the armpit? Because it would be harder to see where it came from. So they do that, not lethally, but enough to render them unconscious. Then when enough of them are unconscious in the parking lot with no explanation, what do? Well, they assume that there's some kind of a biohazard attack or some kind of a biohazard, mistake or something going on. So they end up quarantining the building. When they do that, then our characters go right into the building because now it's not going to be as guarded as it would have normally been. And then Dwight uses his years of experience to hack and turn off the power grid. Now, this is my actual favorite part of the book right here. This power grid, turning off all the electricity, and it's at nighttime. This is something I want to see in a movie that I've still never seen. Yes, to this day, I've never seen this. I want to see a car chase with guns and everything at nighttime, pitch black nighttime, but zero electricity, and in the middle of the city. No lights, no light poles with lights on, no street lights, no buildings with lights on, and apartment buildings and buildings on the ground, restaurants with lights flashing, nothing. Imagine driving through a city like New York City or something like that in the urban city, no lights, and it's pitch black out. So the only lights you would see is lights from the cars that are being chased, and the car chase ends up going through a park and everything, and there's guns firing and everything. It would look so cool, and that's one nice thing about being a writer instead of a movie director is you don't have to have a budget, you know what I mean? Like, I can write out these crazy, fantastic, fictional scenarios without imagining how budget-breaking that would have been to actually do that would be crazy. You know what I mean? So, anyways, that goes on, and then the craziest thing happens. As Dwight's been writing in his diary again and again, forgot to mention that earlier, that's his little trick to keep him sane with everything. Dwight gets kidnapped. He gets kidnapped, and they reveal to him Dwight's father, who was the director of the CIA a long time ago. He ended up, this guy was Dwight's hero. This was his role model. And he said he would be sick of this country today and everything and all the military coups and everything going on. But what ends up happening is when Dwight is kidnapped and they torture the crap out of him, they show him footage of his father, of Dwight's father, giving a speech and explaining his goal for the country, and Dwight's heart is broken and shattered emotionally because he realizes his dad was not this great guy that he thought he was this whole time. He thought he was this great guy his whole life, and it turns out he was wrong, that this guy is not this great guy. This guy was basically a terrorist just getting the country going in the direction that he wanted to, which these traitors have took over and they're now doing, right? So it's a shocking turn of events. He goes back to Jack. Jack is to be murdered, and then they promise Dwight his family will be saved and they'll go on an airplane. So basically, when you think the story is about to end, because Dwight says he can't do this. He loves Jack. He doesn't want to do this, but he has to for his family's sake. You have to choose one lover over the other. He gets on his adrenaline, and he doesn't even want to look at him in the face. But he has this tracker that he installed into Jack a long time ago. He breaks in there. He goes in. He kicks the door down. And what does he do? He ends up killing Jack, and it's heartbreaking. Okay? Then, what happens? He gets, quote-unquote, arrested because the people that kidnapped him earlier and tortured him, they said, why didn't you kill Jack? Are you kidding me right now? Like, you said you killed me. And he's like, wait, what are you talking about? And it turns out, guess what? Jack put the slip on Dwight. Now, how did he do it? How did he do it? He read his diary, and his diary had that heartbreaking message in there that he has to now betray and kill Jack, his buddy. So because of that, it ends up being a major tragedy. This tragedy has serious consequences that he does not foresee. And when he does this, excuse me, when he does this, he fakes being asleep. Then he looks at his diary, he finds that tracker that he had. Jack knocks somebody else out, puts him in the bathroom stall, puts the tracker in that guy. So then Dwight has every reason to assume this is him. Okay, I'm being too vague in my explanation right now, in my quick, vague summary. I'm not actually saying like what it as good as I should be. I'm doing very injustice to my actual story and this pivotal scene, but giving away the what do you call it? Spoilers, excuse me, sorry. So he does this when Dwight's happy. He's really, okay, Jack is alive, but oh no, that means my family's going to die. So what ends up happening, Jack goes guns blazing. He goes all the way to the final destination, to the final base. He's shooting them, he's killing them, they're shooting back at him. It's getting bad. He's getting pinned down at a spot. There's a helicopter that goes above the building, like firing down. It's like, okay, now you're going to be doomed, right? The helicopter falls and crashes down to the ground, okay? Now, Jack is like, what just happened, man? Okay? So, basically, all of a sudden, you see Dwight is there. Dwight showed up. So Dwight, knowing now that his family is now going to be killed and sacrificed, etc., because he didn't keep his part of the bargain, okay, he now knows, well, the bigger objective here is to save the rest of the country, right? So he takes the prototype of his EMP nuke that he had, that the traitors used and perfected and made even bigger to take out the whole country, but he takes his portable version of it, takes down that helicopter, which saves his life. Okay, Jack is right there. He's at the last thing in the room. He has his hand ready to pull the switch. Dwight has himself aiming at the sniper, and the sniper has himself aimed at Jack. So we have the trifecta of which one's going to pull the trigger first? Is this going to terminate this building? Or is Jack going to die? It's for nothing. And then could Dwight somehow get in there and do it? Or is Jack and Dwight dead, and the terrorists that are betrayers of the CIA, are they going to win? Well, the book ends right there. Yes. I did a controversial ending in this book. I did it, and I did it on purpose. I don't believe I will ever do this again. I know I can probably say for certain I will never do this again. But on my first book, yes, I did a controversial, we don't know what happens, quote-unquote, ending. We don't know. I'm leaving it up to the imagination of the readers, which might have been a big mistake. I don't know. I obviously was okay with it because it was my very first book, but I never am going to do that again, and I haven't with obviously books I've done since then. But that was the thing. I wanted to do that once with this book because it sounded it to me, as the author, it sounded like the best thing to do, and that's what I did. So at this point, right, you are now left with, you have to make your own conclusion. Was their journey for nothing? Or do you think they did it? Do you think their hard work and determination and teamwork of just these two people, do you think they did it? Do you think they pulled it off? That's the key of this ending here. Now, I will say this. At the time, when I didn't know where I was going to do next, this book took me a year to write. I actually thought I was going to be done writing books. I was not planning on writing another one. I wanted to write one book to say, I did it, I wrote a book, I became an author, and I was just going to stop. Luckily, that's not what happened, but that was my plan. That's what I was going to do. But what I would have also done, I was hypothetically, I was thinking, what if I made not a sequel, but a prequel to this book? A prequel. So I show Dwight in his younger years and show him doing the cadaver switch to faking his death at the end or whatever, and then it ends with the beginning of, obviously, the original book going live in 3, 2, what? Right, that's what I really thought I would do, unless I literally had enough people telling me, please make a sequel, please. And then, if that actually happened, and listen, God is my witness. I actually said this, I had this thought. Okay? I said, if people actually said, Adam, please make a sequel to going live in 3, 2, what? This isn't good enough. This ending is not good enough. I need more. I give you I'm telling you, God is my witness. I'm not making this up. I said, if enough people asked for it, requested it, I would do it. I would, only at that point would I hypothetically come up with a story. I did not hurt my brain coming up with a story at all. Only if that happened was I going to do that. So there I was satisfied. I liked the ending, but I totally understand if people hate that ending. I get it. I totally get it. But I hope once people calm down a little bit, they can look at it as, okay, well, I'm going to be the author now. I'm going to take over. I'm going to say, well, Jack did it, but he died right after, or Jack died, but Dwight did it, so Dwight became the hero, but then he has to serve the rest of his life in prison, maybe, or something, because of false charges against him. You know what I mean? Like, that could always be the case, right? So that was my plan. Now, finally, I'm going to talk about my second book. My second book, this is a play on words, and I also want to know if people like that. People, do you like having play on words for titles and puns? Do you like that, or do you not like that? I don't know, but this is what I'm sticking to. So my second book is called The Right Path to Sort Out the Truth. Now, that's right, W-R-I-T-E, path to sword, S-W-O-R-D, out the truth. Okay? It's a long title, and it's a play on words title. I can understand that as being problematic or just annoying in a general sense. I can understand that. But, alright, so then this book I wrote, this one is an action-adventure thriller in the medieval ages. I wanted to, instead of doing a modern-day one like I had just done, I wanted to do one in the complete opposite times, where there is no technology, there is no guns, there is no cars, vehicles, anything like that. This is all swords, spears, axes, bows, arrows, and stuff like that. Completely different type of thing. And it's more intense because a gunfight just ends when a trigger pull happens to projectile shoot a bullet to kill the other person. Whereas a melee fight is way more intense. You're up in their face, feeling the blows and stuff, you know. That's what I thought. I'm going to do the opposite. That way I can have one of each. Like, how cool is that? This one, funny enough, I thought of the ending of this book right away. I tell you, I remember exactly where I was standing, and I thought of this ending, and I said, oh my gosh, you know what, dude? I said, I gotta write another one. I was like, no way. I gotta write another one now because it's too good. I can't let this ending go. I need to make this. So, this story is based on the late 1400s. That's very important. Based on the late 1400s because I did my research. And that at that point in time, a lot of people were writers. A lot of people were printing and documenting things. That was a key for this book. So that's why I had to do that. So, I should probably mention now too, in the book covers of my books, I am in the cover of every one of my books. I should mention that too. Yep. So this one is medieval looking Adam Stark. Anyway, so in this book, basically, I get the point. I make the point clear that at one point in time, guys, everybody was good. We had this point in time where there was this town. It was a big town. It was like a big city and everything. And I'm generic with the language because I wanted it to apply to anybody, so you can fill in what the characters look like yourself. So I use words like king and queen. I'm not specific. I'm not saying emperor. I'm not saying the duchess, the dutch, or whatever. I'm not saying anything like. I'm using generic terminology like king on purpose, so you can make the characters be what you want them to be. You want them to look like. You know, you want to base them on a certain tribe or something in time. That's fine. That's what I was trying to do. That's why I use generic language like king. But anyway, so there was this king, King Norman, over this town, and this was a big town and it was prosperous. Everything was going well, and his son Trent, that's the main character, Trent. He was known as an exceptional writer. He would write battle strategies, battle plans. He would write basically options for things. He would implement laws and things. He was making society better. So he was very important. But so his weapon was really his writing, not necessarily. But he was a fighter too, but he wasn't anything special. And yes, I do say that in the book in better language than I'm doing now. I don't say he was nothing special like I just did now. I'm doing a horrible job of not doing any justice to my actual writing here, but this is about the spoilers. So I explain that's what Trent does, okay? So I made up this law. This is completely made up, but I thought it was cool that any prisoner on death row, okay, they can earn their freedom if they do a one-on-one challenge, fair duel to the death against the king. And if they beat the king, they actually get to be set free. They don't no longer have, but obviously if they die, well, they die anyway, they're on death row. So it's kind of your right thing. Like, it's your right to do so. Now, that's not real. I made that up because it sounds cool and it has something to do with the story. So there's this tough brute in his faction named Marcus. Now, Trent does not like Marcus. He does not trust him. But King Norman says, listen, Trent, everybody has people they don't always believe and don't always trust, and they contrast with them in issues, but that doesn't mean they're not good for us. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have them in our circles because they can be good for other reasons, right? So, like, Norman is like the wise king overlord of this town, and he's a good person. He's prosperous. So, basically, there's Marcus has this set up where, one of these death row prisoners, they want to have a duel to the death with you to try and earn their freedom, King Norman. So the guy shows up. He uses illegal weapons. He uses a large steel mace that he's like swinging around, and that's not part of the deal. You're supposed to have the same weapon, both of you, king and the prisoner. And the guards surround him. They could have just killed him right there on the spot or something, but King Norman says, stop. He goes, do you think that's going to save you? Do you really think that's going to save you? Basically, that's not what he says verbatim. I am, again, butchering my actual good writing. But my point is, that's the sentiment, right? So he fights him even with the illegal weapon. And I write this really well. It's the action sequences in this are really well written. I tried to make it so you can picture every single motion that is done. Every physical motion, physical movement is done in this choreography, right? So when you do that, you hear and you hear, okay, he ends up killing the prisoner in one stroke. It was a long fight, but he kills him in one stroke. He dodges everything, and just in one lethal, perfect precision, unbelievable stroke, he just takes care of them, and then they have nothing they can say. There's no defense. So when this happens, he tells the staff, you know what, guys, this could have been prevented. So he's like mad at his staff. He goes, now take this. It's kind of funny. He's like, take this body out of here, get him out of here. This could have been prevented. Okay, Marcus is enraged. He reveals, and in a soliloquy, he's talking to himself. He reveals that he was the one that slipped the prisoner in illegal weapons. He wanted to kill Norman with that prisoner, and it still didn't work. He still couldn't kill him. Okay, there's a meeting where Jack has written an instruction manual on how to use this new weapon. It's a new, never seen before weapon that shoots a projectile, and it's very loud and it kills. I'm extremely vague about it in the story itself because this doesn't show up again. So this is just in the beginning, right? So he has it, okay? When they reveal it, then King Norman reveals, Trent, you are now going to be upgraded to my next general or whatever. So he's getting all the praise in the world. Marcus, for whatever reason we're not revealed, he hates the king, he despises him, and he takes this as the final insult. So while the guards are taking away this new hidden secret weapon, Marcus grabs the weapon out of the guard's hands, shoots the guard dead, and then he runs upstairs in the castle. All the guards are on alert. They run, they try and get up to the castle. Trent happens to get up there first. And this is when Marcus looks at the king and shoots and kills the king. He did it. He got what he wanted. He took him out of there. Okay. Then Trent comes in the room, and obviously he's livid. He goes, you killed my father, Marcus. Marcus, being as sly as he is, he throws the secret weapon over to Trent. Trent catches it because that's your reflex. You're going to catch something thrown at you. The guards enter the room, and then Marcus points at Trent and says, he did it. He says, look what he did. He just killed the king. They all believe him. They all buy into that because he's holding the weapon at the time. It's like that saying, getting caught with the smoking gun. They don't believe him. When he says, no, I didn't, Marcus did. Marcus says, I don't even know how to use that thing. You're the one that wrote the instructions on how to use it. You did it. You killed them. They don't believe Trent. They have failed to use their reason and logic that why would he kill his own father when he just promoted him and everything. They believe because their eyes are showing him he's holding the weapon, so he must have done it. And Marcus convinces them. So now Trent goes on the run. He takes the instruction manual for the weapon. He burns it in a fire. He steals a horse. He goes on the run. He's out of there. So inevitably, not that this is a shock to anybody, but now, guess who's the king now? The king now is Marcus. Marcus is now the king, and he's a horrible king. He is a monster of a king. He's implementing these tactics that are basically putting all the citizens under traumatic circumstances. He's taxing them like crazy, and he's paying the guards so handsomely that they're going beyond their greater judgment because money is evil, and they're torturing and terrorizing the citizens, taking their rights away and everything because they've bought into what is going on. And Marcus, to his credit, is paying them enough, and it's like he's working with them. Anyways, so Trent's on the run. Trent gets confronted by this massive brute named Gorn. Gorn was about to kill him when Trent was sleeping because he had been on the run for days. Gorn was talking to him, and Trent swears on everything he didn't do it, and he didn't do it, and Marcus did it. Gorn actually ends up believing him because he thought something was wrong with Marcus as well. So they start talking, right? They decide they're going to team up. You got massive big Gorn, and then you got mediocre but okay-ish fighter Trent, who's also an exceptional writer. Okay? You get this team and their horses. So they have never known each other very well. But Gorn adores King Norman and has fought for him for years, but yet him and Trent just didn't cross paths, right? So now they're getting to know each other. They're learning more stories about Trent's father, King Norman, that Gorn didn't know, and then stuff that he's hearing because he hears from Gorn that Trent didn't know. They're learning stuff about King Norman that each other did not know. So they're bonding over this. And it's also revealed that Trent's mother died mysteriously years ago. It was some diseased crop that she specifically got, and it ended up killing her. Very, very sad, very tragic. There's a mystery there we don't understand. Okay? Trent also misses his wolf. He has a pet wolf named Crusher, and it's a black wolf. I said that because I have a all black German Shepherd, and she looks like a wolf, and she's awesome. So I put that into my story. Why not? Not everything has to be perfectly sensible. It is a book at the end of the day. We're allowed to be creative writers. And I said, yeah, he has a pet wolf. So what? So the pet wolf is left behind. Now it's somewhere with Marcus. That's all we know. So he's leaving that behind. Anyways, so him and Gorn are now together, right? And all these attacks keep happening. They keep coming, and they keep killing them, and they're lucky enough to escape. They find somebody that they think can help them. It's another king of another fictional town. They think, okay, this man knows my father, King Norman. They go way back. This should be a slam dunk. This should be an easy, no problem thing where they should be able to work together to build up a resistance to go and take them down, right? Well, that's not what happens. This king already got a letter from Marcus saying that Trent killed his own father, so he imprisons Trent and Gorn. No justice for them. They are going to be slaughtered. It's over for them, and they just got there. Trent pleads with the king's son and says, "You know me. You know I would never do this. You know I love my father. Like, come on." And he's like telling him, and the guy says, "Wait, Dad, wait. Why don't we give them a chance?" And the king is not even hearing it, but he goes, You know what? I'll entertain you. I'm going to write King Marcus a letter, and I'm going to wait. If I don't get a letter in 3 days, you're going to die no matter what. He reads him the letter, and to his shock and disbelief, and the son has been secretly feeding them good food, by the way, from the king's stable, because he's a nice guy, so they're not just sitting in a cell dying with starvation. Anyway, so they go, the letter comes back. To that king's astonishment, he goes, you know what, Marcus's story changed. Because he's such a wicked liar that when he writes one letter, then he writes it again, the details change, because that's what happens when you lie. You all know that. When you lie, your story is not going to stay the same because you're not going off of the truth. You're going off of the lie you want to sound like the truth, right? So he goes, you know what, now I'm not going to kill you. I believe you. And so then Trent and Gorn were like, okay, will you help us then? And he gets enraged that they ask for help. He goes, if you think that I am going to risk all of my men's lives to go at war with your area, then you must be as you're brain dead as your father's corpse. Like, he says the most vile, funny, dark insult. It was just funny. You got to actually read it, though. I just butchered it again because I'm doing it in a crude manner like I am now, just going off of the top. But you got to actually read it. It's one of my favorite quotes in the whole book, for sure. So the king does give them new equipment, though. So they do get help, okay? And by doing this, they end up, they find one of the couriers that has the mail. And Gorn, kills that guy, puts on his armor, pretends to be the courier, and then he goes in and he basically tries to establish, okay, this is the mail area. This is where everyone's letters come in. And what he does is he's trying to see where he could get this spot that could actually take over Marcus's establishment by pulling a coup on him. So as he's going in there and he's trying to get all this, and he's sneaking in there and he's doing some espionage, well, Gorn ends up getting captured and he gets found out. So he gets on death row now, and guess what happens? When he gets on death row in this other town, Trent sneaks in there, and when the guards go away, he follows them and he goes, "Yeah, it's too late for me," And he's like, "No, man, I gotta break you out or something." And Gorn goes, "Look, here, take this," and he gives him the notes, stuff that he stole, which is pivotal. Then he says, "Look, I have an idea." It goes to Gorn's idea. He goes, "Look, Trent, I know I'm tough enough to beat this king. This will not be a problem. I'm just going to do my death duel with him. I'll take him out, and then it's over. Then I'm out of here and I'm free. But you got a mission to do." So they continue with their mission. Now, this is one of my other favorite parts of this that I don't think anybody saw coming. I hope not. I hope I did a good job here. But in my opinion, I did. So Gorn requests, just like anybody else would, okay, I'm on death row. Well, I want to do my death duel opportunity. We have a fair duel, and if I die, then I die. I'm already on death row, so why not? And then, if I happen to win, then I'm free. The king and his knights, or guards or whatever, they laugh at his face. They rub it in his face. You think I'm that stupid? Don't you know that a king just died for doing that very thing? And whatever, or not just died, I just said the king just got cheated out of a fair competition. You probably have some dirty tricks, basically. I don't trust you. I have no reason to. So he tells them, they're laughing at Gorn's face when his death row stay is permanent now. They're like, "Yeah, right, you think we would do this?" And Gorn is absolutely crushed. When they leave, Trent goes up there to see them. And to see Gorn, excuse me. He doesn't see Gorn. He's like, What? Oh, did he jump out the window or something? He walks away. He goes, that doesn't make any sense. He walks back, goes back to the cell, looks in there, and guess what? Gorn is dead. Gorn killed himself. Yes, Gorn took his own life because he did have a weapon hidden, but he did not want to live the rest of his life in the cell and die as an old man in a cell. He didn't want to do that, so he took his own life. So obviously Trent is freaking heartbroken. Like, he's like, "Oh my God, now I've lost another person. Like, this is insane. Absolutely insane." So he sneaks into the town, to his own town where Marcus is the king. When he gets there, what he ends up doing is he does a little spy work and espionage. He finds some people in there, and he hides out with them. They take him in, and he says, "Listen, do you want this to stop? I know you're scared, but do you want this to stop? This is the only way we can stop this. I have a plan. Marcus's birthday's coming up. I'm going to write a fake letter that's going to put out this unbelievable, too good to refuse deal for some horses and stuff that Marcus is not going to give up on. He is going to pursue this, and I know him. He is such an arrogant guy. He's going to send his men to go get it. He's not even going to go himself. This is going to leave him exposed. This is how this is going to work." And they don't want to, but reluctantly they feel like, I guess we have no choice. They do that, and on top of that, Trent also writes another letter, and in this letter he writes his plan to show everybody what he's about to do in case it goes wrong. So he writes this. He has them make as many of this copied as they can. and they secretly give it to as many citizens as they can get their hands on, without getting, killed by the ruthless guards that are under Marcus's control. All the guards leave in a flock away, because they want this unbelievable deal. They go, and when they go, Marcus is left exposed. Now, there are some archers left on the outside that that Trent is fighting, and Trent's wolf, Crusher, ends up taking an arrow. So he indirectly gets killed by Marcus. Okay, so then his wolf is dead, but his wolf did save his life because it took an arrow for him, right? So then Trent goes in there. Him and Marcus are fighting. They use several different weapons. I choreographed this with words as best as I possibly could. I think I did an outstanding job. They go through multiple different weapons, because Marcus is a bigger guy, so he can use bigger two-handed weapons like with ease, whereas Trent is not exactly doing that. And it's revealed during this slow, calculated final fight that Marcus was the one who killed Trent's mother, it's revealed. So he killed his mother. He was the one that had that poison crop and sent it to his mother and got her killed. Okay? So, anyways, the fight goes on. Trent cuts Marcus. He thinks he's going to be able to get him, and he jumps and swings off of this chain coming down from the ceiling, holding on a candlestick, thinking like this is going to, throw him off or something. It just doesn't quite work. And he ends up dying. And as he's dying, and as Marcus is relishing in the moment, he shows him, or he says to him, "Don't worry, I've already won. I have already won." And Marcus is so confused. What do you mean you've already won? It doesn't even make sense. I just killed you. Okay? Marcus goes outside. His guards are lynched. They are hung. I was trying to think of medieval times. I'm like, this might be a way to do it, right? They're lynched. And Marcus is like, what is going on? Why are my guards dead? They're lynched. This is a horrible sight, by the way. And then why are all the citizens staring at me? What are they doing? I'm ruling them. Why are they? Well, this letter that Trent carefully wrote said that he had made peaceful negotiations. It's as a lie, a setup, that if he were to die, people are going to read this and realize Marcus brutally killed him. So being the writer that he is, the savvy, intelligent writer, it tricked them, and it worked. They now hate and despise Marcus because he came out alive and Trent died, so it worked. Him as a writer became more mightier than the sword, just like the saying, the pen's mightier than the sword. Well, this is exactly how it worked. He wrote such a good way, that understandable, that everybody can comprehend and understand what's going on, and it worked. It took Marcus out. It ended his rule. But the main character also died, Trent. So get this. Here's my favorite part about the story that I can only reveal at the very end, because it is the ultimate spoiler of this movie. I said movie. I wish this was a movie, man. It's a movie in my head, because that's how I'm picturing it when I'm writing the action scenes out. But so you realize, what other story can you think of, honestly? What other story can you think of, book, movie, anything, where every single main character dies, but yet he still wins. He still becomes victorious. He saved his town from the evil, cruel rule that it was under. What other story can you think of that does that? I don't know. That's why I wrote it like this. Because you find out by the end, Marcus, he killed King Norman. He killed Trent's mother. He killed Gorn indirectly, because Gorn killed himself. But he indirectly killed Gorn. And he indirectly killed Crusher, his wolf, because it was his guards shooting the arrows. And he killed Trent, literally killed Trent. Every character, every main character, and his friends and family, and his pet even, they all died, but yet he still was victorious. That is the magic of Adam Stark. That's me, man. I worked very hard to write this so that you wouldn't realize that, and that's what makes it rereadable, is you realize that, wow, everybody died, everybody lost. And yet, despite that, even despite all of that, Trent still came out victorious in the end. So that's the magic of that book. So love that book. Absolutely. It's debatably my favorite, but now when I released my first comedy book, there's a funny story behind this. So The World's Worst Murder Detective, basically this came out just a few months later in 2017 than the book we just talked about, The Right Path to Sort Out the Truth. So how did that happen? You probably wonder, how did I write this so fast? Well, not exactly. What happened was I actually, and I've explained this a little bit on my previous video explaining all my books without spoilers, but I had this story, this idea, and I did this on, was it Christmas Eve 2016, and I had this idea where I had it was called 5 p.m. WCF, 5 prestigious men with catastrophic failures. I thought that'd be funny. I did 5 different characters and a host, so I had to do 6 different voices, and at some parts I lost track of how to do the voice, so it turned out really bad at some parts, which is just ironically funny in itself, because at one point I'd be talking a certain way, and then the next point, all of a sudden, that way I was talking stopped because I lost it. You know what I mean? But anyway, so doing that, I had this idea that sounded funny at the time, where just like it sounds, 5 prestigious men with catastrophic failures. I gave them absurd, ridiculous fails that sound just insane, like improbable and all that. By doing this, when I was done, I felt like, well, only one of these characters really propelled the show, and it was the final character, Powen Beauty Popper. It was the most absurd name I've ever created. Powen Beauty Popper. Now, that name I've used before even that show on my YouTube channel right now, Start Command Center with a K in Command Center. I used to have this show where I just would go live and I pretended that I was a reporter in another galaxy. That way I could make up the news as I go. And I thought it'd be funny. It wasn't as funny as I hoped, but I had a character in that show called Powen Beauty Popper. And he was absurd and crazy and ridiculous. And so that's where that name came from. Well, then I also made these videos called Adam Stark Running for President. I really thought this was going to be a hit. It wasn't. My friends and my family liked it, but it didn't go anywhere. I didn't get a lot of views. I thought it'd be funny. It was in 2015. I pretended that I was running for president as myself, Adam Stark. And I even mentioned in the video that I'm legally not even old enough to be president, but so you can't vote for me at all, but I'm still going to tell you what I would do pretending that I was running for president. But it was just silly fun. But they didn't go anywhere. Nobody really cared outside of my friend circle and family and stuff. So it's not like it got anywhere. People didn't gravitate toward it. I didn't get a lot of views or anything. But I felt like a lot of those jokes went to waste. And I was like, I could do something with these jokes. I could do something better with them. So I implemented them, excuse me, in this book. So this is what I did. Now, the book starts out as Powen Beauty Popper he's the main character, and he's basically, there's one science fiction element in this story, and it's simply this, because this doesn't exist in real life. It's where he has diseased ears. He hears something, and if he mishears it, hears it wrong, which is where being a good writer and rap artist like I am, I know how to rhyme really well, so I can say something and say it with the same amount of syllables, matching the next sentence, etc. So by doing that, he goes and acts on what he misheard, no matter how absurd it is. He acts on what he misheard. He didn't hear properly, and he does that, even though it's absolutely irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the situation at hand. It's not going to help him in any way, but he still acts on the information he mishears. That aside, he is absolutely a genius. I had to research so hard on finding the best vocabulary for this to make this character larger than life. And I absolutely succeeded at that. The only negative thing, and this is the best kind of negative, is that I did better in the sequel. The sequel is way better. We're going to get to that book later, obviously, in the sequence of things. That book is absolutely way better. It blows this book out of the water, out of the park, out of the stratosphere. It's way better. But at the time, this is what I came up with. So right away, he's getting a deal to write a book about his failure, okay? Now, this could be taken as, am I saying, do I feel like a failed author? Or am I saying, do authors in general feel like their books are going to fail, so why write anyway? Because it's like, that we all get in our negative feelings where we're like, why write anything? Nobody's going to read it. Oh, everybody's gonna dismiss it. You know what I mean? We all get like that. So it's kind of my little subliminal thing there about being negative about it. But that aside, okay, what I did was, so they're talking to him, and they're like, look, we're giving you a deal. You get to read this book, or write this book, and tell your story. And so they then figure out he's even dumber than they initially thought. Colin Udipopper actually believes that he was a successful whistleblower because what he did, he wrote to the to the FBI. He goes, I'm a whistleblower. I'm going to tell you a secret right now. I'm going to blow the lid off of the education system. He goes, I'm looking at the grades that we use in school. And as you know, the following, the alphabet goes like this. A, B, C, D, E, F. But I noticed a systemic flaw, and he uses all big words that I had to research and study to make this the most bombastic vocabulary salad, but used properly. Like, I don't use words wrong. I'm using them properly, but it's just absurd that I would go to the lengths to speak like this if this was a real person. That's part of the humor about this story. And so he says, but in the school grades go, you get an A, B, C, D, no E, and it goes straight to F, which is failed. I go, you see, I'm a whistleblower. I'm telling you, I'm blowing the lid on this. I want you guys to know that we need to fix this. There's a flaw in the structure of our educational system. And obviously they laugh at him. They're like, you're an idiot, dude. Like, you're a waste of time. Like, you're horrible. So then we get into Powan's story, okay? So Powan, this is part of the irony and fun of this story, right? He graduated Harvard University with honors. So he is intelligent. He is absolutely intelligent. That's why this character is debatably my favorite character, because Cowan is equally as genius as he is stupid. He is book smart, A1, he's like the greatest genius that ever lived. But when it comes to street smart, he's an absolute idiot. He's a lunatic. He doesn't understand basic logic because he misinterprets logic and everything. And I'm laughing just thinking about it because I'm very proud of this character, and you'll see why as we continue. So he thinks this whistleblowing thing is going to work. It doesn't. And he graduates Harvard with honors. So that shows you, okay, he is literally speaking intelligent, and he can prove that. He can back this up with evidence. We're not just saying he's smart. He's showing he's smart who graduates at the top of their class in Harvard and it's not smart. Like, that's not a thing, obviously, speaking of obvious. And so what does he do? He goes to Harvard because he wants to be a detective. Like, it does, like right there, it like doesn't make any sense. But that's part of the fun of this. He wants to be a detective. Now he gets to do that. Okay, he goes. What he does is he does something absolutely horrible. There was a suicide at a newspaper building that produces newspapers, and this sick, sadistic. I said this in my last video. I said, I'm the author, and I'm telling you, Cowan, the way he thinks, the way he interprets things, and the actions he takes, he might be a bad person. He might not be a good person at all. But he does good things, so I make it vague enough that his moral scale is tilted, so you really don't know. But you can kind of fix him in either way. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting way off topic. So this newspaper suicide, okay, he goes in there and Cowan's absurdly rich for no reason. Nobody knows why, and it's never explained. And he's like, listen, you guys, this guy who wrote for this newspaper that's dead now, okay, he killed himself. I'm not going to get a medal for solving a suicide. Like, he's so sick. Like, a guy's dead, and he's, like, making light of it. He's like, well, I'm not going to, nobody's going to care that I solved a suicide in 2 seconds. Like, anybody could do that. That's his disgusting, disturbing logic. And so he goes, but how about this? Since he went under an alias, right? And they're like, yeah, like he didn't go by his actual name as a writer. He used an alias for his writer name. People do that. Anyway, so he basically says, see, that's what we're going to do then. Because the alias guy shot the real person. So instead of calling it a suicide, we're going to call it a homicide. That way, I'm going to get all the credit in the world. I solved the homicide in like 10 seconds. And everybody's going to want me then because they're going to see, wow, what a hero Cowan is. He solved the homicide in 10 seconds. Wow, that's amazing. Who can do that except him, you know? Just absurd. But he has the money. And he threatens them. He says, if you guys don't say that that's what happened, I'm going to make another newspaper, and I'm going to slander you guys with my own newspaper, and I'm going to make it sound like yours, and I'm going to make it really bad for you. I'm going to make my own fake stories, and I'm going to make the newspaper sound like yours so that it's going to confuse your customers when they get 2 newspapers, and they throw their hands up with it, like, okay, whatever, fine. Get right whatever baloney you want, you know, like they just, like, whatever. This guy is insane. And he is. So that happens. Then he finally gets to start at a real office. So he goes, he meets the team, makes horrible first impressions with everybody. Everybody. The captain of this police team and investigative team is John Kratzworth. I don't know why. That name sounded cool to me. I'm just telling you how I feel, right? If I'm wrong, if you don't like that name, then I apologize. I'm just telling you how I feel as the author. I thought it sounded like a cool name. John Kratzworth. It just sounds like a cool name. To me. My opinion. Anyways. So, he makes a horrible first impression. On the first day there, you know, when you should be doing training, simulations, and getting to know the building and getting to learn, you know, how they operate and everything, like you would assume. Well, they have a murder already. So there's a murder on the first day that Cowan gets there. Already. First day, there's a murder. So what does this ridiculous, soulless guy do? He orders pizza and balloons for everybody like he's celebrating. He's like, yay, guys, congratulations, somebody died, now we have work to do, yay. And they're all sick of him already. They just met him, and they're sick of him. They're like, this guy cannot possibly be human. Like he's just sick. He doesn't have empathy or sympathy or anything. There's a lot wrong with him. Okay. Anyway, so with all that going on, they go to the place. It's at a sandwich deli shop. Okay. At this sandwich deli shop place, the guy is dead, and there's one other guy that works there, the guy that owns the place. So Powen, again, applies logic incorrectly to a humorous extent. So this guy, Powen starts immediately assuming that this guy is it. He's the killer. He did it. The guy that owns the shop that called the police that said, yeah, that's got to be it. He doesn't investigate any further. He goes, yep, this is him. I've solved it. I'm done. It's over. Because the guy, when Cowan accuses him, he puts together this stupid, comprehensive list of what makes a killer, and he's like, well, killers show up at the scene of the crime. And he's like, well, he showed up at the scene of the crime. The guy's like, well, yeah, I frickin' work here. I work here, and I own the shop. Obviously, I'm going to show up here. That's not some mystery that you just solved. Like, that's obvious information that everybody knows. Okay? And then he says, well, you also know the victim. So there's a tie there. And he's like, no, it's not. Like, yeah, I know him and I love him, but he is also my coworker. Like, what you're saying doesn't work. Like, that doesn't, and everybody else knows that, but Powen doesn't understand it. So then what the guy says something along the lines of a saying you've all heard before in your life. He goes, this is a bunch of baloney. Now, a bunch of baloney is a common saying. If you didn't know somehow, I'm not saying you do or don't know. I'm just simply going to explain. It's an old saying. That's a bunch of baloney. That means that's a lie. That's wrong. It means that's hogwash. That's bull crap. It's not true. So it's a common saying. Powen hears that, and he tells his boss, all right, we need to take him in now. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, you idiot. Like, why would we, what are you even suggesting? And he goes, he just said that's a bunch of baloney. Now, if he's not the killer, how would he know that there's baloney in the crime scene? Like, it's that absurd. It's stupid to that level. And what I like about my books, my two comedy books, I do all kinds of comedy. I do the really stupid comedy, and I do the very layered, sophisticated writing kind of comedy. So you get best of all worlds to keep you going. So he's telling him that's not a clue. Okay, he said a bunch of baloney. It's a saying, for one, and for two, there is baloney at the crime scene because he works in a sandwich deli shop. There's going to be baloney, you idiot. It's like, there's no little, like, he didn't discover something. Like, in his mind, he's cracking the case, and he's actually not. And then he absurdly goes to this guy's house and asks the guy what his alibi was. And he's like, I already told you guys everything. There is no, I'm the one that called it in. There's no alibi. And then all of a sudden, Powen looks at himself and he goes, wait a minute. I don't have an alibi either. So he stupidly goes, okay, I don't have an alibi, so let's pretend this never happened. I won't tell anyone, and you won't tell anyone, okay? And obviously, the guy, thank goodness, he did tell on him. He told the department, so they got really mad at him anyway, because it's like that stupid. They're like, oh my God, this guy is such a nuisance, such a waste. And then this part, I said this in the preview for no spoilers, but this is for some reason, this part always gravitated to my readers. So when they're actually investigating, as in the supervisor, his boss, John Kratzworth, is telling him pertinent information, things to actually be doing, and he says, okay, let's look in the victim's pockets. He looks in there. He has a little child cartoon drawing with like crayons and stuff that says, a princess. So clearly it's like the victim's daughter, we're safe to assume, gave him a little cartoon drawing, and he adores her, and he kept it in his pocket. And so it just says a princess, which is something a little girl would write and draw with crayons and markers. It makes sense. So when he shows it to Cowan and says, check it out, a princess. Cowan has the cursed ears that he has, and he thinks that's actually saying, check out what the apron says. Apron, A-P-R-O-N space S-A-Y-S. He actually thinks that's what he says. So he checks out the aprons in the sandwich deli shop. None of them say anything. So when it says check out what the apron says, he's like, well, they don't say anything. They're all blank. There's no words on them, except the very common tag that you find on so many products. It says, and a tiny little tag on the back, made in China. So this idiot, Cowan Beauty Topper, books a flight to China. He goes to China as if that would have anything to do with his case. And what would he even do when he gets there? Nothing. Like, there's no good that comes from it. It's just a waste of time and resources. And so when he gets there and his phone activates again because he's out of the plane now and he can receive all of his missing text messages and voicemails, it's his supervisor, his boss, like screaming at him for how stupid he is, as he should. And he's like, dude, this is not okay. Like what you are doing is wrong. Get back here right now. And his boss is actually doing the investigation, and he's actually following up leads. He's actually finding pertinent information on solving this murder. Cowan gets a laptop in China, and he does all of this research, and it has nothing, absolutely zilch, nothing to do with what his boss needs him to research. It has nothing to do with anything. But he gets in there, and his boss, rightfully so, is about to just destroy him and be like, and he goes, Colin, when he finally gets back to the United States and goes into the see his boss, he's like, Colin, I don't want to hear it. If you, and Colin's like, oh no, I got great news. I did my research, and his boss is like, no, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to listen. I'm done. He goes, unless you possibly have something more important to say than this warrant that I'm holding in my hand for an arrest for our suspect. And Cowan, absurdly, that should have been a hint for him to shut up and just continue with the investigation. Instead, he has the nerve to say, oh, it is more important than that. And he tells him, he goes, look, most crimes need to be solved in the first 48 hours, or statistically they're going to go unsolved. And since I've already wasted 48 hours when I booked a flight to China, he goes, don't worry, I have discovered this. By applying this method, we can do time travel. And he's so stupid, he doesn't understand a time zone change. So he's talking about going from Utah to Nevada and making that 2 hour time, or 1 or 2 hour, I can't remember, time change. It's elementary. Everybody knows that there's time zones. And he doesn't understand that. He thinks this is a way to go back in time. So he does the math, and he's like, well, if I do that, if I cross that state border 30 times, then I can go back in time and I can solve it. And he's just enraging his boss. Obviously, if this was real, obviously he would be absolutely enraged. This guy's supposed to be solving a murder, and he hasn't done anything except harass one of the victims, basically. Like, just as horrible. This is really dark humor, but just horrible. And so what ends up happening, he gets to his there's a warrant for this guy's arrest. And he checks this guy out. He takes him out to lunch, and he he comes to the conclusion on his own. He goes, nope, this guy could not have done it. And I know he couldn't have because he didn't follow the MO of our killer. So he's like trying to explain, and it's so absurd. He takes this guy that they have a warrant for his arrest. He doesn't even arrest him. He takes him out to lunch. He takes him to another sandwich deli shop, and the guy never eats the sandwich that he bought him. So he goes, well, that's proof, you see. He doesn't follow the MO of our killer because he's not trying to eat the sandwich like our killer would. I mean, it's just so absurd. Like, it's just so dumb. And there's even more than that, but I don't need to belabor the point. I think we all understand where I'm going with this. And to hammer that point, so he basically then he decides, okay, now I'm gonna when somebody talks and says, hey, arrest him. Remember, we have a warrant for his arrest. Like, you don't, like, what you're doing right now is stupid. You need to go arrest him. Like, hello, that's the whole point. And so Powen, they see him stuttering as he's walking. He'll take a step, stop. He'll take a step, stop. He'll take a step, stop. And they're like, when the other people arrest him, then they're asking Powen, what were you doing? Why weren't you arresting our suspect? Like, what, we saw you. You can't deny this. We all just watched you, like, delay your steps or whatever you were doing. So, like, you need to, like, explain yourself. And he goes, well, in the criminal handbook, it says, never let your suspect be 10 steps ahead of you. So he takes that so literally that he watches the number of footsteps that the suspect was doing so that when he's quote-unquote chasing him, it's not 10 steps. It's just ridiculous. And they're so livid. They hate him so much. And they demand change. They're like, okay, listen up, bud. You need to tell us now. This is your last warning. This is absolutely your last warning, or we're going to take legal actions against you. What is your next plan? I don't want to hear an excuse. This is your last chance. What is your next plan? What are you going to do in this investigation? And he has the most absurd, disgusting thing that he says. Again, this is dark humor, so it's supposed to be disturbing. He tells them, what I'm going to do, I am going to wait until this killer kills again, and then I'm going to catch them in the act, arrest them, book them, charge them, and this is going to make me a hero because I will have solved 2 murders instead of 1. I will have made 2 families so happy and so proud of me because I made their lives better for solving this crime. 2 different families are going to love me now, and I'll get double the credit. And he's just talking absolutely absurd. Like, they are so disgusted, they arrest him. So they charge him with conspiracy and hindering an investigation and not doing his job and all this stuff, right? And he actually tries to counter charge his boss, John Kratzworth. They don't take it serious, and that's dismissed. So Powen goes to prison. Now, this is the other absurd part of both of my comedy books. Powen loves prison. It's never explained why. He's just said, oh, I'm just good at prison. Because here's why I said this joke. Okay, prison is my biggest fear ever. That's number 1. Okay, I fear prison and I fear the Lord. Prison is a nightmare. That's why I obey the law. That's why I try to be nice. That's why that's the worst place ever. And that's obvious. Everybody knows that. I'm not saying anything you don't know. But so how absurd for somebody, anybody, I'm not just saying Cowan, but anybody to say, oh, I'm really good at prison. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, that sentence doesn't make, that's why it's funny to have the absurdity to say something like that. Be like, oh, I'm really good at it. Like, what? What does that mean? Like, nobody knows. But Powen likes to solve little mysteries in prison. He likes to trade cigarettes. He likes to play checkers and stuff, like just dumb. So he's like a child, you know. And so by doing this, what ends up happening is he finds a lawyer, and this very nice, soft old man is his lawyer. This old man is telling him, "Hey, guess what? I think we have a way to get you out of prison." And he's like, "What?" And he's looking at, and when he was trying to be laughably, of course, absurdly, but when he was trying to be a whistleblower, quote unquote, and he sent that to the FBI, that letter, and he was saying to them that he's gonna blow the lid off of the Department of Education because the grades didn't have a letter E in the grades, and it was just so stupid. Well, the FBI wrote him a letter back and insulted him. The FBI themselves, the director of the FBI, so this is all fiction, of course, but he wrote Cowan back. He responded. He actually corresponded. He took the time to respond to this ignoramus, this fool, and he wrote back to him and insulted him. Well, a lawyer gets wind of this, and he decides, we're going to take them to court because that's a waste. What they're doing is a waste. So it's making a mockery of the justice system, and it's a satire on how stupid things are and everything. But it's also like a small subliminal lesson about, like, don't abuse your power. Now, it's in the dumbest, like, comedic fashion possible, obviously. But it's, yeah, don't abuse your power, like that guy, the director of the FBI, did. So he goes to court, and he is sleep deprived. He doesn't have a mattress in his bed, so he is sleep deprived. He's going on no sleep. He is so uncomfortable. He is out of his mind. But what does he do? He tells his lawyer, he goes, "Hey, listen, you can do whatever you want, man. You can defend me in court and do whatever. I don't care. But I have one agreement. I want to make the opening statement." And the lawyer's like, "What?" He's like, okay. So he allows Cowan to make the opening statement. Cowan is sleep deprived, so instead of, like normal, giving a thought-out, well-discussed speech with all these highfalutin language and sesquipedalian, big vocabulary that he always does, instead, he does a word salad where he just says a bunch of big words, but for once and for all, I don't do this in any of my other books, but just in this one scene, he uses a bunch of big words, but for no reason. Like, it's not, like, used properly. They're not making a point. He's just talking, and he's just venting in his frustration about being tired, but he's using big words and not matching them up with any sensible argument. He's just saying it, and so he says all that, and then his lawyer, while he's like sweating, like afraid to say anything to the judge, he just goes, "I object." And the judge is like, "Wait, you object to your own client?" And he's like, "Yes, I do." He's like, "Oh, okay." And he's like, "All right, we will strike that all from the record." Then Cowan sits down, watches his lawyer, and in that moment, because he's actually listening somewhat, he actually finds out what the whole point of this trial is about. by that point, oh, that's what this is about. That's why we're here. Like, just so absurd, right? By design. And so he realizes that it's because of the whistleblowing thing, and that they responded, and that insult was basically like they shoot it up. We make it as absurd as possible. Like oh, they were directly in what's the word, threatening him, and misuse of authority, and cyberbullying. Like, we just throw in all these absurd things on there. And so Cowan gets, because of that stupid, ridiculous circumstance, he gets out of prison, and now he has a newfound joy by the love that he had for that nice, kind, sweet old man who was this lawyer. he decides he wants to be a lawyer. That's his passion now. So he takes on a case that nobody will take on. Everybody is running from it because the client will not accept a plea. He will not. He refuses to accept a plea. And so Powen's like, oh, well, I'll do it. I don't care. I don't want him to plea anyway. Like, obviously, he's being stupid again. And so he decides, okay, he sees his client. His client has the other funny, absurd name of Putrick Jelpensky. Another name that I came up with when I did my show, 5 p.m. WCF, back in 2016, but I never went anywhere with those characters. Like I said, Putrick Jelpensky, just hilarious. So this guy is being took on trial for being a thief, for stealing recipes, of all things. Stealing recipes from another chef's work, another restaurant's work. And, of course, he's denying it, but the evidence against him is very strong, so they're in a lot of trouble. The evidence is stacked, and he's basically screwed. He doesn't have a shot. And so what does Powen do? Powen says, well, okay, we'll go to trial, it's fine. like he's like the worst person for this situation ever. But he's gonna do it because why not, basically. So he takes him to trial. And instead of doing like actual preliminary work, investigating and prepping the prepping his client and stuff like that, obvious things you all know, you've all seen court shows, you've all at least seen something where you understand this process a little bit, at least a little bit. And I'm vague in the court process in these books that have courtroom stuff, because I know if I'm too specific, I'm going to get it wrong, and then people who are lawyers or paralegals are going to read it and go, oh, no, that's all wrong, and then that's going to possibly take them out of the experience. So I try my best to be vague where I need to be, and I'm specific in other parts of anything to do with courtroom stuff. So instead of prepping him, he takes dumb, absurd pictures that have seemingly nothing to do with this case or with his client. Like, the client is even confused. Like Powen's taking pictures of his face. He's taking pictures out of his client's home window, like stuff that has nothing to do with the case. And it all comes down to this, the final moment. He goes to trial. The other lawyer is this woman who hates Powen, but she knows him. She knows he's so stupid, he's going to wreck the case for her. She doesn't have to work hard. She doesn't have to establish, the causal nexus or whatever to show that this was clearly theft. No, she knows he's so stupid, he'll not only do it for her, but he'll ruin his client for her. He'll do her job, basically. So she doesn't make any big moves in the beginning because she knows he's going to start screwing it up any second now. Like time is money. Any time now he's going to screw it up, so I'll just shut up and wait, basically. So Powen starts talking, and it's already absurd. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm paraphrasing my own book, obviously. In the actual book, I actually do it justice. Right now I'm just paraphrasing. But he's like, okay, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to tell you is very shocking. But this is important. I have been with him for days now. I have been studying this information. I have been going as far as I can to tell you all this information, and I've collected all the evidence I'm going to show you. And he's not even submitting evidence like properly or anything, so it's like even more funny. And he's like, my client, Putrick Jelpensky, he doesn't exist. The other lawyer, or prosecutor, I said lawyer, or whatever, I should have said prosecutor, I'm sorry. But anyway, she could have objected right there at how absurd this whole thing is and how stupid it is and how pointless it is even. But she doesn't. She lets it continue. And his evidence is like, okay, I don't remember all of them off the top because I'm going off of my memory right now. But the one was like, see, he was calling his cat's name. His cat was right in front of him. Here's the evidence, Exhibit A, and notice, the cat does not respond to my client. Why? Because he doesn't exist. That's clearly the reason. And then he's like, I gave my client 10 pounds of Slim Fast because I wanted him to lose weight. He did not lose weight, which is physically impossible. And I'm using big words in the actual dialogue in this, not like I'm butchering it right now. And he's like, what does that mean? It means that he doesn't exist. That's all it could possibly be. That's the answer. He doesn't exist. And then my personal favorite one, he looks at the picture of when he bought his house 10 years ago or whatever, and it shows the population sign of the town is actually right out of his window. You can see it from his house. And that population says the number of people that live there. And he moved into the house, but look at the date, and I'm very specific. I'm like the EXIF metadata proving the validation of this photo's authenticity. And look what it says now. After, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is after he already moved in. And look, it doesn't change. It's the same number of the population. Now, obviously, any thinking person understands that's because people leave, people go, people have babies, people leave, people go. So the sign can change infrequently, or the sign can change or stay the same, but that doesn't mean the population didn't change. It means it changed briefly, not to notice. But he's too stupid, Powen, and he goes, this is proof. If he was a real person, that sign would have changed, I'm telling you. And it didn't. And so his stupidity, his absurd idea of this is how I'm going to solve this trial. This is how I'm going to win this trial. This is how I'm going to get my client off the unwinnable case. And he says all that, and he thinks it's over. Everybody's like, this is it. It's done. I'm counting him out. He just failed miserably. It's absolutely over. His career as a lawyer, this case, he's over. And he's probably going to get charged with, I don't know, contempt or court misconduct or something, you know what I mean? Like, he's absolutely destroyed. And instead, in a remarkable, unbelievable, well, it is unbelievable. It is a comedy book after all, so you can give me some grace here, guys. The prosecutor on the other side, the one that never objected, the one that let him say all that garbage because she knew he was that stupid and he would ruin everything, she starts laughing out loud, laughing loudly, like she cannot stop. She's laughing so hard, it's unavoidable. You can hear it down the hall. And here's the thing, she can't stop. The judge is, banging the gavel, the hammer, and he's telling her to stop laughing, stop it. She's still laughing. She still can't stop laughing because Powen is that funny, unintentionally or otherwise. He's made her laugh so hard, she's still laughing and loudly. The judge is banging the gavel again, ordering her to stop. She's still laughing. And at this point, Powen's head perks up and he realizes, oh my gosh, I have a chance. So he actually gets hope. The prosecutor never stops laughing. Now, I'll pause for a second. In a realistic situation, I'm not stupid, you guys. I understand that if the judge is yelling at you to stop and you are representing the court and everything, I understand you are going to shut up and stop laughing. I know that. I'm not dumb. I understand that's exactly what you're going to do because the judge is going to put fear in you and you know better anyway. I know. But because this is a comedy, I took the liberty of making this that absurd that, yeah, I understand she would stop laughing. I understand she'd run out of energy to laugh. I understand she wouldn't be that stupid to keep laughing. I understand all that. But let's just say, since this is a comedy and I have the right to do this, let's say hypothetically, folks, she didn't. What if she actually didn't? I understand you're like, no, everybody stops laughing, Adam. I know that. But pretend she still didn't. Anyway, what would happen? So with her nonstop laughing, nonstop, like 5 minutes straight of loud, obnoxious laughter covering the sound of everything else, the judge has no choice but to dismiss the case because of that nonstop laughter. That reason. And then the case gets dismissed. Cowan wins on, I guess you'd say, a technicality or something. I don't know. But it gets the charges get dropped, and Cowan wins because of that, and it's inadvertent and everything. It's like a remarkable situation, obviously. Okay? So it's over. He actually wins in the most unlikely of circumstances and situations. And then the funny irony is when he's celebrating with Putrick, his client and everything, and he goes, all right, now can I get my money? Putrick tells him, well, you see, there's a clause in this, because your defense is legal binding that I do not exist. That means I don't have to pay you because I don't exist. So you're not going to get any money. Now the funny thing is Cowan would have applied a little bit of thought. He would have just been like, just shut up and pay me, or I'm gonna, it wouldn't have took much. Is my point. But they knew Cowan is that stupid in that way that he would fall for it. Oh, crap! I don't get to get paid, really. Like just fail after fail after fail. So then the book ends when a news story comes on. Cowan is again so dumb. He sees a guy on a roof, and he just stupidly assumes the guy is trying to commit suicide and jump off the roof. That's what he thinks. He orders like a priest, a bullhorn. He orders like a marching band. He orders like a group of carolers or whatever, all the stuff that costs tremendous money to try and come and sing songs and tell him don't jump and whatever. So his thought was in the right place because he's being kind, but he's so stupid. If he would have applied a tiny bit of logic, he would have seen this guy is a construction worker working on the roof. He is not trying to jump off the roof. He's not doing anything wrong or anything scary. So he does that for nothing, and then they make fun of him on the news, and they say that the famed glorious lucky lawyer and world's worst murder detective and prison convict, and this guy, his heart was in the right place, but we think he might have a brainstem dysfunction. So that's how the story ends. Now, I want to say one thing that I was really touching. My grandmother, rest in peace, miss her very much, love her very much. She loved to read. Avid reader. She loved to read. She did not get to read my next book, and I wish she would have, because my next book is her category. This is the type of genre that she loves. So I'm really sad that she didn't get to read it, but I trust God's plan. Maybe she's been able to read it in heaven, you know what I mean? But I wish she could have read this and I could have heard from her, because it came out in September of 2018 and she didn't get a chance. My next book I'm talking about. But this book of mine was her favorite. And she said the quote, "He doesn't exist." And we would laugh about it. Oh my gosh, when I'd see her, she would point at me and she'd say, "He doesn't exist." And we would just laugh and laugh. Great personal memories I will cherish in my heart forever. That, without knowing it, I created a moment between me and her with this book of mine. She really loved that part of the story. That was her favorite part, and that was her favorite quote in the book. He doesn't exist. Just perfect. It was so funny. It was something I'll always remember forever. It's just really good time. Anyways, continuing here. So my next book, this is my mystery, crime, and detective thriller. This might be my favorite title. In fact, I think it is. Because I'm actually shocked I have not seen this title. I looked this up, trust me. I wanted to see if this title showed up anywhere else. I thought it has to have, because it's such a perfect play on words that it has to be somewhere. It can't just, it has to exist somewhere. It has to. Has to. Like, I can't be losing my mind. Like, towards answers. Now, the word towards, as in TOWARDS, obviously that means you're going towards the answers, towards the destination, okay? And the name Ward, W-A-R-D, last name Kennedy. I made it a very Irish name, but it's a name I've never heard. Ward Kennedy. It sounds cool, it sounds real, it sounds like it could be someone's name. So Ward Kennedy. Two Ward's answers. T-O space W-A-R-D apostrophe S space answers. Two Ward's answers. And in general speaking terms, towards what? What are you going towards? Answers. So it's a good play on words. Might be my favorite title. I was shocked, you guys, when I found nobody had this title. I'm like, there's no way. Even if it's something insignificant, like some random social media post or something, I'm like, somebody has had to have used that, dude. Come on, man. Nobody used it. I was shocked, you guys. I could not believe nobody had used it. Just my luck, because that is such a good title. So right away, I came up with the name Ward Kennedy. Just a great name. So this is about this is essentially the absolute perfect crime being committed, but it's at a massive scale. And what are we going to do about it? Like, it's like, how can this crime be being committed this well and nothing can be done? Like, no, there's no hope. Like, what are we going to do? That's the kind of narrative I was going for. So Ward he's a retired Gold Shield detective. He's retired. He's not currently working, but he basically, not in literal terms, but he basically comes out of retirement when this crime starts happening. So this takes place in a fictional town in the Midwest. I live in the Midwest. I live in Minnesota. But in a fictional town where there's a lake that everybody loves. This lake, it's a fishing lake. There's a lighthouse there, and you get to go watch fireworks on the 4th of July. Those are stuff that I enjoy, good memories of mine. So like, I implement it in this book. But there's also a prison here. There's a prison in this city. The closest thing I can kind of think of would be like Stillwater, in Stillwater, Minnesota, Afton, Minnesota, that kind of area. But it's not quite what I have in mind for this book, obviously. But that's the closest thing. If you need a reference, that's the closest thing I can think of. So anyways, this town, it's almost the 4th of July. It's coming around the corner. Everybody's talking about it. The neighbors are talking about it and everything. And all of a sudden, the worst news ever, scaring the whole town, the worst thing that could have happened, it all happens to them. The news breaks out that their worst serial killer that they're holding, Curtis Fashionbauer. I'm proud of that name. I don't know why. I think that name just sounds crazy. I like that name. Curtis Fashionbauer. That's the name of the serial killer. And I know a few Curtises in my life. If you're listening, you know this has nothing to do with you, obviously. It's just it's really the combination of the first and last name. So he broke out of prison. There's a high-speed chase going on right now. But the good news is This is a small community. Everybody knows each other. Everybody knows the police and everything. There is the sheriff. Everybody loves and trusts. He's the one on the scene. He's chasing down the serial killer who escaped from their prison. His name is Sheriff Carl Montgomery. Again, I love that name. I don't know what it is. It just sounds like such an authoritative name to me. Carl Montgomery. I don't know why, but I love that name. And that's just me, though. But so he's the sheriff. He's chasing Curtis. He's trying to catch up to him, and everybody's on edge because this is really scary. Well, get this. He fails. There's a crash involved, and things get wrecked. He does not catch him. Not good. So, as a result of that, the good news is somebody higher up, I don't get into specific details like this because it's not as important, but somebody high up puts checkpoint stops every single border of the city. Nobody can get out without showing absolute proof of ID and getting their vehicle searched to make sure that you do not have the serial killer. So the good news is he ain't escaping. The bad news is it doesn't help the people in that town. What are they supposed to do? He's there. So it's like a horrible, scary situation. What are they supposed to do with that? He's still there, but he won't escape to another neighboring area, but that doesn't help the people in the situation. So, right away, one thing I like to do also in my books, I like to make unlikely friendships or relationships. When I say relationships, I don't mean like in a dirty way and not like that. I mean relationships as in just friendships that don't seem likely, that you just don't think is going to happen. So, Ward, he has a relationship with this guy named Justin, a younger guy, a guy from the hood, a guy who committed some crimes, but he changed and reformed his life, and he got lucky that Ward, he showed him a lot of grace. He showed him that, like, I know you didn't mean any harm because this was a bad situation. His mother was assaulted, and he was getting the guy that did it. So the point is, it's like, you kind of understand, like, well, at that point, you know, what do? Like, the guy did the worst thing ever to someone you love and cherish. It's hard not to want to do the worst to that person. I'm speaking the obvious, but so he gave Justin a very, like, slap on the wrist, basically. And he became an informant for Ward. And they're good friends. They still talk to each other all the time and stuff. So he goes and sees him, and he's saying, you know what? This whole story is stupid. This whole story is wrong. It doesn't make any sense. The serial killer escaping prison, but nobody will listen to me. But everybody's talking about it in the town. He goes to the bar, and not to drink, but he goes to the bar and listens to the people at the bar, and they're all talking about it. And some people believe the entire story, and some people are like, no, this doesn't sound right at all. This sounds stupid. Like, he escaped from prison. Like, how do you do that? You'd have to have help. You can't just escape from prison, especially this day and age. Like, it just, nobody's buying it, right? Now I just contradicted myself. Most people are not buying it, excuse me. Ward's friend Justin, who again, he's now his informant, he's telling him and he's telling people, no, dude, this is not right. This is absolutely wrong. I don't buy this story at all. I don't. I really don't. I think this is false. I think there's no way he could have done this alone. He had to have had help. I'm sorry, but he had to have had help. And so he's telling them. And Ward's like, okay, well, what we got to do, we got to stick together. You see anything suspicious, and here's why he says that, because I goofed and I went too far ahead of my own story. Sorry. So his neighbor disappears. His neighbor is completely gone. And Ward is very suspicious. An entire family gone. And they're like, the policeman's like, Ward, people don't have to check in when they leave. Like, everything could be fine. It's not like, and they probably just went on vacation. And he's like, no, listen. The Anderson family, they do not. They just sold their boat. They're not doing any of that. I know them. I actually just talked to them. Something is wrong here. And so everybody's on edge. Another family goes missing. No explanation. Another family goes missing. No explanation. So at this point, and by the way, as you're hearing me say this, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. This is not a sci-fi thing. This is not some sci-fi thing or anything like that. If I'm saying it and it comes off like that, I apologize. It's not. It's just what is going on. Okay. So what he does then, he tells Justin, he's like, listen, if you hear anything, because that's his informant and his friend, but he's also an informant, remember. He goes, if you hear anything, any B&E, anything, any activity on the street about something like that, about a B&E going down or a robbery or something, please tell me. I need to know because this stuff is not adding up. Ward actually breaks into his neighbor's house and searches everything, and he looks around, and he's convinced this was not them leaving willingly. He doesn't think so, but he broke the law to get that information, so it's not like he can prove it. But he's like, yeah, something is not right here. I don't buy it. I don't buy this story. I don't. So he's volunteering to help the police force in an effort to solve it. So what does he do? He goes, well, okay, I'm going to, not literally, but in a sense, I'm going to come out of retirement. I'm going to allocate my own resources, and I'm going to use my own intellect that I've done in the past, and I'm going to help you guys solve this and find Curtis. And the sheriff, Carl Montgomery, he's happy to accept his help. He's like, okay, perfect, that's fine, I have no objection. Then there's a Detective Corbin. He's a hard ass that basically doesn't want anything to do with this guy, and he kind of doubts him, and he doesn't think much of him and stuff, but he's like, well, reluctantly, like, okay, whatever, I guess we'll play ball. So Ward says, the first thing we got to do now, we need to do a search. I've done many of these in the past. This is a Gold Shield retired detective, okay? He's like, I've done many of these in the past. I'll tell you exactly how it goes. So we're going to get a bunch of volunteers. We're going to explain to them that, we're going to walk down all these different areas where there could be someone hiding, right? And in case there's any of these missing people turn out to be victims, I'm going to show them, okay, this is what you do, this is what you don't do. You see anything, you see a gum wrapper, you see a candy bar wrapper, you use your gloves, you pick it up, you put it in a plastic bag, and we bag it for evidence and stuff like that. We are going to work together, and we're going to search all these areas, okay? And Ward is putting his own retirement money into this project. That's how much he cares. He actually really cares about this situation. And I make that clear in the book, not in my convoluted way that I'm doing it right now, as I'm butchering my own work by this lackadaisical approach I'm doing right now. But I wanted to get these thoughts off for people that might want to know some spoilers that maybe they did or did not know, plus some Easter eggs and stuff that they did or did not know about my books. I wanted to get all of that. So, that being said, all right, we have Ward goes on this journey. They search, and there's a lighthouse by the lake where everybody goes for the 4th of July. This lighthouse is broken down, and it has caution tape around it. It's not safe. It's basically an antique. It's no longer like a tourist attraction like it used to be back in the heyday. Now it's so rusted out and broken, it's not even safe to walk on. It's wobbly, so nobody goes in there. And so he's over there, and they're looking around the lighthouse. Yeah, they don't see anybody. They don't see anything. So, okay, so far, it's uneventful. Then Ward says, okay, I have an idea. We're gonna really go all out and try and catch them in the act by doing this. We're gonna have a night team, okay? This team, what they're gonna do, they're gonna stage this area, all these different neighborhoods at night. They're gonna take night shifts. Like these are like they're going outside of the normal scope of work hours, and work areas. I should say areas, because obviously police have every shift. That sounded stupid. I apologize. But you know what I mean. What I'm saying is police that are now going to be working those areas. And what we'll do is, in like a suburb area, we'll have people in officers hiding under tarps of like boats and stuff. So like they'll be like right there, ready to pounce the second they see anything. And they're waiting. Ward ends up getting in a car, hiding out on the street with the sheriff. So he's with the sheriff, and they're having some good back and forth talk because they know they're going to be waiting. And this is one of my favorite conversations in my entire book, for sure. They're talking, and then because so much time has gone by and nothing exciting is happening, obviously, like you imagine it would, he starts, Carl Montgomery, the sheriff, starts asking Ward about one of his famous arrests when he actually did successfully arrest a serial killer and what that experience was like. So he tells them about it, and he goes on and tells them the story, and obviously as the sheriff, not being the detective, it's like a different experience. So he's hearing it, and he's just kind of fascinated by this, and they're having a good back and forth talk. Well, then this is when my suspense section of my book comes in handy. I'm very proud of this scene. You could look at it as humorous if you want to, but I don't think so. I'm, in my opinion, I pulled this off. I made it a suspenseful moment. But I can understand somebody reads this and thinks I was trying to be funny. Ironically, I was not trying to be funny, but I could understand it. I could totally understand somebody thinking that I was writing this to be funny. But I actually wasn't. They see a guy. There's a guy. He's in a hoodie. He is in a hoodie. He's holding what looks like a weapon. And he's walking on the sides of houses. And they're like, oh my God, this is it. This is it. This is our moment. We are about to strike gold. This is the moment we have been waiting for. This is what we set this whole thing up for, is for this moment, because this guy could be the guy. Like, he's in a hoodie. It's very late at nighttime. It's like after midnight or whatever. And he's holding something. This could be his kit to break into houses or something. You never know, right? So they're on standby. They're quietly on the communicators talking to all the officers hiding in all the various areas, and they're all like standby. They're all ready. They're ready for this moment, and they think they're about to jump on him and arrest him and search him, and this whole thing's gonna come to a head, you know. And then at the last second, now I'm chuckling, and I'm not even trying to chuckle. I'm chuckling because some people could see this as funny, I guess, but it wasn't my intention. Funny enough, they call it off because and Ward and the sheriff feel so stupid. They look closer, and the guy wasn't holding a weapon. The guy was holding a leash, and he was walking his dog, and he was just at that moment he was picking up his dog's poop. So they somehow didn't see the dog. is the thing. Because they didn't see the dog, they think that this guy is just a sketchy guy looking to start robbing. Like it's on now. Like that's what he's there to do, and he's holding something that's probably a weapon, and it's this late at night. No, it happened to be they were so paranoid, so ready for some action and stuff that they were expecting, oh, this is our moment now, and it wasn't. It was a guy walking his dog. It was the most innocent thing ever. Weird that it would be that time of day, but we can't judge. Who knows what time that guy goes to bed or whatever. And so it was just all that excitement, all that suspense for nothing. for nothing. But funny. Funny, I guess. Maybe I had changed my mind. Maybe this was meant to be funny. I don't know. I don't remember writing it to be funny. I remember writing it to be suspenseful and then tricking the audience reading it, going, oh, okay, well, nothing happened. So, trying to solve this, okay? Now, I'm going to skip ahead here, but I go on to some rants to try and humanize Ward a little more. Ward gets really sick, and I explain his rant about how much he hates being sick and how it affects him and how he's one of those people that he doesn't take it very well. Like, when he's sick, like, it affects him emotionally and stuff. And, like, so I go on a little rant about that. I don't do it for too long because I'm not trying to depress the readers or confuse them. But I feel like I hit it just enough to make my point with him, to kind of humanize him there in that way. So, anyways, he's like running out of options. He's trying to figure out what is going on. Now, all of a sudden, he gets woken up at night. It's a phone call. It's Justin. Justin calls him, and he is screaming at Ward. It's one of my favorite moments in this book for its intensity. Not for what happened, but for its intensity. And he's screaming. He goes, Ward, I got him. I'm following him right now. And he's telling him the name of the street that he's on. And Ward's like, whoa, Justin, what are you talking about? Like, slow down, man. And Justin's telling him, I found the guy. This guy was breaking into a house. I'm chasing him on foot myself. And Ward's like, whoa, no, dude, no. You cannot stand down, Justin. Like, you don't know how dangerous this guy is. Like, don't take the law into your own hands, essentially, Justin's like, no, I gotta get him. I got to. There's nobody else here, man. If I don't get him, nobody else will be. So Justin's literally trying to do the right thing in by himself, and it's just like, oh my gosh. So it's really intense. Well, Justin gets murdered. He gets shot dead. So bad. So when Ward gets there, he is emotional. He is so upset. He feels partially responsible, of course, and everything. He's like, no way, dude. Justin just died. That means my suspicion was correct. There is somebody going around kidnapping people on a massive scale in our area, but they're getting away with it. And like Justin, he's the only one that spotted him so far, but he died too. Like, he failed as well. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, this is just getting worse and worse and worse. So he ends up, when he gets there and he's seeing everybody, the sheriff is there, and the sheriff, closed off the scene, and he's telling him he's really sorry for his loss and stuff, and Detective Corbin's there, and he's asking about it. And then there's this female detective there, and she is saying all the wrong things. She is claiming that, well, this guy was probably involved in a gang, and this is a gang-related shooting. So she's not even, like what she's saying is so wrong and disgusting. And she's not even basing it off of anything, which is the opposite of what of anybody in law enforcement or justice should be doing. But I made that a point because don't we always feel like that sometimes? Don't we feel like sometimes, and I'm saying this generally, so don't freak out and think, oh, this is Adam's whole belief system. No, just chill. But don't we think sometimes that when you think something's obvious, that people with these kind of jobs involving justice, you think, well, that's an obvious thing, do that, and then they don't, and then you go, wait, what? What? I had this expectation. It seemed obvious to me, looking in from a other person, that they should do this, but they don't. What do you mean? Why didn't you do that? That's that kind of feeling. I feel like we do that watching crime shows, even if we don't know the victim. We do that if we're like, if we are involved, God forbid, I hope none of you are involved in seeing a family member murder or something. But you know what I mean? You might be like, well, what is going on? Like, why would they do that? That didn't seem right. That didn't seem like the right thing to do. And this is my example here. So she makes all these assumptions based on nothing, and it's despicable. Ward tells her off, and he is furious, as he should be. And they're like scratching their head. Ward has Justin's name cleared because of his experience. He has every one of his phone calls taped, time-stamped, and verifiable, basically. So he shows them, this was the phone call. Justin's on the phone saying, I got him, I found the guy that's been doing this, I'm chasing him myself. I'm on such and such street, such and such avenue, and whatever, and he's telling them. And so then his name got cleared, and Ward got vindicated as well, because what he said was what he said. He said, this guy is not in some gang shooting lady. Like, you got this all wrong, and you're such an insult. And so he does that, and the lady tries to apologize a little bit. Ward's just not hearing it. He's like, whatever, get out of here. Like, you should have go apologize to his mother. That's what you should do. Okay. Anyway, so it's all going bad. Now his suspicions are confirmed, but he lost his best bud, and everything is just bad. So the case goes forward, and he finally, I'm just going forward a little bit here. He finally sees something that confirms everything. This is when it comes to a head, the climax here. All of a sudden, on TV, you see there is everybody in the missing persons list of this town, and the sheriff, they're all tied up. And they're in a hostage area. Now they're demanding money, and so now they realize, okay, his suspicions were spot on. People are being stolen on a massive scale. This isn't good. And now they're demanding money. But we have no idea where they are. We already did a search. We couldn't find them. And we know, because of what we established earlier in the story, we know they didn't leave this area because it's blocked off 24/7 surveillance until they catch Curtis Fashionbauer, the serial killer. So they're like, oh my God, now what? Now what are we supposed to do? So there's another thing that I won't say because you gotta read this yourself to see it. Okay, so call this a 99% spoilers video. But anyways, Ward ends up doing a little, what do you call it? Disguise of his own, and he pretends that he wants to invest in this prison. And so you can read between the lines. He probably falsified some documentation or something to make him look bigger than he actually is, or something, and richer and more prominent than he is. So he's going to go to this prison, and he's getting a tour. He's doing this for surveillance. That's the only real reason he's there. He wants to see what it is that this town, or this, mincing my words, what this prison has and where this escape could have happened and all. He wants to learn better about it. While he's doing that, he hired all of these secret, sketchy private detectives. These people, this meeting, I made it really intense. It's in a dark room, and he's like, anybody that doesn't want to get involved with such and such and such and such and such and such, which is against the law, you can leave now, and I will refund your what do you call it, your down payment or whatever for this. And some leave, some stay. So he tries to find what connections could these people have. And it slaps him in the face, metaphorically. He realizes, oh my gosh, how did I not understand this earlier? Every single one of those people are rich, and while some of them just have few mutual connections, like, oh, their kids are on the same baseball team or softball team or basketball team, a few mutual connections, they all together do have one actual connection binding them. They all participate in the town's auctions. Now, what does that mean? That means they're all rich, and that means they've all collectively, together as a group, participated in these auctions. So, okay, what in the world? So that's the connection. That's why these people were all targeted specifically, these whole families, kids and everything. What? That's why. So they knew by doing this, the serial killer could get this money off of them by holding them ransom like he's doing now, which got revealed in the news story in my book. So that eureka moment happened. And as he's trying to figure out where they could be hiding, because, here's what's important, because they know they couldn't have escaped, because, like I said, they're blocked off every exit, everything. Every car is searched thoroughly, everything. You cannot escape. He could not have escaped. So they know he's here somewhere. Where could he be hiding? The place in the video where it shows the people that are tied up and everything, it looks familiar, but he doesn't really know. All of a sudden, seamlessly, just like a perfect coincidence, which I wrote it like this because I feel like we have this happen to us in real life too. there's a jogger. There's some guy jogging on his street, and he walks by. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Kennedy? And he's like, do I know you? Like, he looks familiar, and he's like, yeah, you don't remember when you put together that search that we did, that giant search where we searched all the areas for everything? Yeah, I was in that search with you, basically. And so he's like, that's how he knows him. That's how they know each other. And then he's like, remember we were looking around the lighthouse and stuff? Well, anyways, I just wanted to say hi. I'm just going on an afternoon jog. It hits Ward in that very moment. He goes, oh, crap. Actually, he says, holy S word. I try not to swear. I'm horrible, but I've tried really hard to stop swearing. He says, holy S word. That's it. Because of that guy's connection, randomly, by happenstance, circumstance, he realizes where they are. They are at the lighthouse. So he goes there. Detective Corbin is there, and he's of no help. He goes into the lighthouse, past the yellow tape. He climbs through and the rickety, dangerous stairs, and he sees everybody tied up. Everybody is there. Everybody is tied up there. So he solved that part. And here's the thing. So as he's in there, he's trying to figure out a way to get them out. But here's the thing. What he notices, wait a minute, as the people are going to learn when he takes off their mouth tape and stuff, and he's trying his best to keep the kids calm down. It's a really intense scene. He's trying to keep the kids calm and realizing that, he's going to get them out of there and everything, and don't be scared and say your prayers, and it's okay if you peed yourself. All this stuff he's telling them. And the sheriff is not there. So the sheriff is working in unison with Curtis. They're working together. That's how he escaped prison. That's obvious. I'm sure you figured that out when I said that. But that's how he got out. He used the sheriff's help to make that happen. Okay. But on top of that, that also entails he puts on the tape over his mouth for the video that Curtis assumingly films. So then it looks like, oh, he's a victim too. He's one of them too. But he's actually not in reality. But that makes it look like, okay, he's also one of them. The people there are like, no, this guy, this sheriff, he's the one that kidnapped us. So they're like really confused. They're like, okay, what? Like they're not the people. The victims already knew that. But everyone else is trying to catch up and figure that out. And so with that going on, right, he sees on the other side of the lighthouse, because it's underwater, and this thing is so broken, that's why it was the perfect place. Nobody would think to go there. It's not safe to go in there. So that's why it's the perfect hiding spot for everything. And he goes there, and he says, sorry, I'm doing a few things at once, losing my train of thought. But he sees there is a submarine, a small sub on the other side of the water. And this is very important. I actually did my research. I actually talked to somebody in the Navy to make sure what I was saying would work and make sense for the story, FYI, so I'm not wrong. Okay, there is a specific type of torpedo, a very old torpedo that they don't even use anymore because it's so unreliable that its firing pin, it could be nicked accidentally and it could explode. And so that's what I said. I said, somebody in that group who was in the Navy, they recognized those torpedoes when they looked over and they saw it. Now, why is that important? For one, it's showing Ward is not afraid to accept help from others. He's not like, oh, I only listen and rely on myself. No, he uses everyone's help to solve something, and that's a key aspect that I think a lot of us can learn from. So he does that with the help of that guy from the Navy. He goes and he sees this, he finds out that Curtis was dead. He died a long time ago. So the sheriff kidnapped Curtis. He helped him escape prison, and then he basically kidnapped him and killed him too, uses him as the patsy, the fall person, for this whole ruse of they're all being kidnapped. And it's easier to kidnap them when they think you're trying to protect them, you think you're an authority figure, and then using him as the shield of, well, he's the enemy, he's the one demanding the money, give him the money, when really it's going to go to him, it's going to go to the sheriff, Carl Montgomery. So it's almost like the absolute perfect crime being committed, right? Nobody knew it, nobody figured it out, everybody fell for it, and I think now when you reread the book, it's going to be very interesting. I'm telling you, I'm not being sarcastic, I'm being serious. When you reread my book, and you listen and see all the times Sheriff Carl Montgomery are with Ward, it's going to feel so different now. So different. It's going to feel different because you're going to be like, well, this is the guy doing it. This is the guy doing everything. This is the guy talking to Ward, like thanking him for his help and everything, when he's actually making his job, as in the sheriff's job, harder to do in actuality. Okay? So that's the nice part about the replay value and the re-listen value of this book of mine. Now, he's telling Detective Corbin, he goes, listen, this is what you have to do. There's no other way around this. You need to go to the to that dock. You got to take one of those boats that have that specific anchor, the anchor that has the camera on it. Okay, you got to use that to smash into the side of one of these torpedoes. That's the only chance we have. And so it's an intense situation. It's a wrestle and a rough, race of time between the sheriff and Detective Corbin and Ward to save everybody. Well, finally, Detective Corbin does it. He uses that anchor with the camera on it to nick the side of the old very specific torpedo. That's important. That faulty torpedo that is actually a thing. I did my research, so I wouldn't write this and it wouldn't come out stupid. Okay, it works with the logic and everything, right? And it blows up and it thwarts the sheriff's plan. Okay, good. Now, with that being said, Ward is getting everybody out of there. Now, the weight of everybody is breaking apart the stairwell so bad, it's becoming so scary. But Ward, being the guy he is, he's getting all the hostages out before himself, kids and everything. He's getting them up the ladder, pushing them out, doing his what he feels like is the duty and his right thing, what he feels like is the right thing to do and everything. He gets them out of there, okay? Just at the last second, though, that stairwell completely breaks. Bad news. That is the worst case scenario. That stairwell is gone, you guys. And because it's gone, what happens now is he starts to fall. As he starts to fall, his gold shield badge that he keeps on a necklace or a chain is now actually holding him on to the remaining ledge there, but it's also choking him and like imprinting on his skin, but technically it's quote-unquote saving him from falling right now. And then at the last second, he actually sees himself, a body fall down that smashes into him and breaks the chain and plummets him to his death. And that is Curtis. So he sees Curtis's dead corpse because of the gravity of the shifting of that building moving downward. It actually pulls Curtis inevitably, obviously, down towards the bottom, which is where Ward was hanging. And then by him seeing it, that's the last thing he sees before he perishes. And then so technically he got to see the case be solved entirely right there. That what's crazy is the serial killer barely did any of that. He actually had little to do with the whole plot. He was just the scapegoat person. And Ward gets to see that. That's the last thing he sees. He gets to see it, and it's like a bittersweet moment because that being solved, it means he got to solve one more case. but he's obviously dead now. So he's dead. Now, you think he's going to be the hero? Well, no. Detective Corbin, as corrupt as he becomes, even though he did save the day because of Ward's orders and stuff, as corrupt as he ends up basically saying, like, well, like the justice system is pressuring him and everything. They don't want to look as bad as they are, so he's saying, well, no, he was the bad guy. So they're saying that. Now, they're trying to clear his name. How do they do that? Well, Ward has security camera footage in his house, completely set up. So he could use that to exonerate him and prove that he wasn't out doing things when these crimes were happening. But by horrible coincidence, all this stuff was his own technology, not something you buy on the market. No. It was his own technology that was passcode protected and whatever, so there's no way to get into it because it's his own system. Yes, I understand if it was if it was like one you buy at a store, they have fail safes for those. You could find somebody to hack into it or whatever. But this is his own thing. So because he did it his own way, probably saved a lot of money. That ended up being a downfall. He couldn't prove his own innocence. People were fighting for him. Justin's mother was fighting for him and everything. And the bodies come up ashore. The other thing that saved him, there was an anonymous letter that came from a detective, or it could be somebody claiming to be a detective. One of the two. It could be a self-proclaimed detective, or it could be an actual detective. And they wrote a letter explaining all the little details. You got to read this part of the book too. So call this a 98% spoiler. And this exposed that. This blew the lid off all. This showed that Ward was innocent, and there's all the proof you need. So this ends with a sensational, albeit unrealistic courtroom scene where they bash the people trying to get justice, fake justice, in the face by explaining how they were trying to frame an innocent man who was actually the hero. All the victims were the people that were freed because of Ward's hands literally untying them and stuff. They're all angry because they're not seeing him get justice and stuff. And then at the last moment, he gets his justice because of that anonymous letter. And the book ends with this, people. I said, this letter, anonymous, was written by a detective, or it could be a self-proclaimed detective. Who wrote it? If you, personally, as the reader, the audience, if you are a good enough detective, you can figure out who wrote it. And I'm not going to tell you who wrote it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. I am not going to say who wrote it. There is a list of people that you could find to have written it. You can do the math yourself. You can map out all the people's names and see who do you think would have made the most sense to exonerate, to prove innocence for Ward. Who could have done it out of all the characters in my book? The only hint I'll give, someone showed me that if you actually use one of these AI things and you scan my book, they list all the possibilities. They actually show me, it's really crazy. It showed all of the characters who had the possibility of being able to be that quote-unquote detective or self-proclaimed detective that actually wrote it, that freed him. So you can, it's kind of crazy. It not only did it say what their names were, it broke down the likelihood of each one of them. It did both. It actually did both of those things. And I thought that was kind of crazy. Now, I'm not going to say who it is. I want you guys to try to see if you can figure it out. Now, if you message me or email me or comment to me or whatever, I will help you out. I give you my word. I will help you out. But at that point in time, I want you to be able to look it up, try for yourself. I'm not just going to give that away. I want you to try for yourself to see what you can come up with, because there is a list of suspects, not suspects in a bad way, for once, but list of possible people that did it. All right? So that's one thing I love about that ending, is not only is it an ending that goes to show what happens with the story, but it leaves you with a little bit more, because now you really have to ask yourself, you know which characters it's not. You know it's not the serial killer because he was dead a long time ago. You know it's not Justin because he's dead a long time ago. Like, there's people you can, and it's obviously not the sheriff because he wouldn't do anything to help him anyway, and he's part of the problem. You know that, but there are others that what you can do, you can list them out and do a likelihood of, I don't know, maybe this person did it. Did they have a motive? Yes. Did they have a motive? No, but they still could have done it anyway, you know? So I left you with a good ending. I'm proud of this ending. I think it's one of my best endings for sure. Okay, next book. This book, I'm not going to talk about too much because there's not much to talk about. There is no spoilers. It's not that kind of book. And this came out just a few weeks later. Why? Because it's not a storybook. It's my autobiography and my anthology. It's called Anatomy of Amazing Lyrics Autobiography by Adam Stark, me obviously. So this book, I update it every once in a while whenever I do a project. So new lyrics, I will update. This book of mine, this autobiography, it has every single rap lyric, every single poem, every single song that is lyric that is not rap in it. It has all of my accomplishments, all of my little cool wordplay mechanics and stuff that I have invented, and it also has not all, but a majority of my freestyle lyrics, my impromptu off-the-top lyrics, because I took the time to listen to my freestyles and I wrote out my favorite parts, and I included that in this book. That is not all of them, because that's like over 7 hours of footage. I'm not going to put 7 hours of freestyle footage, raps, lyrics into my book, obviously, because why? But my favorite parts, the parts that I thought were so good that need to be recognized, I put in there. And also a brief explanation of other projects I've done. And lastly, it has my live stream freestyle rap battle lyrics. Me and my opponent's lyrics are in there as well. So you can see all of that, all broken down in different appendixes and multiple literal meanings explained. Everything. It's just it's a complete compendium, complete of everything. And like I said, I update it whenever I do something new. So it's got stuff I just did recently. It's in there as well. Okay. So next, the last book I have ever written so far at this point in time. This book is my most successful book by far. I had no idea I was going to have this much success. And I'm not going to lie, I am very proud of myself. I didn't expect this success at all. I did not. But I'm so glad that I did. This book came out in 2019. This is the last book I have written. It might be my last book, too. I don't know. It's really hard to say if I'm going to make any more books, because I'll tell you a bonus at the end of this. Some books that I thought about writing, but then I decided, no, I'm not going to do it. But I'll tell you, so I'm going to give you some bonus content at the end of this. You know, I always give you guys bonuses. So, this book, World's Worst Murder Detective 2, Laws Stand Found. So it is a play on words, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, two words answers actually mean something. This is just me being silly, but it's to make you go, wait, what? Instead of what sounds like lost and found, L-O-S-T space A-N-D space F-O-U-N-D, instead it's laws, L-A-W-S, stand, S-T-A-N-D, found, F-O-U-N-D. So it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just, they perfectly sound alike. They perfectly have that same exact rhyme structure that I put purposely like that, so that when you hear it, you're going to say both of them in your head. You're going to say, oh, the lost and found, like the place you look for something when when you're missing something like the lost and found department. Oh, wait, but that's not what it says. It says laws stand found. I'm like, wait, what? That's what it's supposed to do. Which it sounds like something Cowan would mishear, does it not? It sounds like something he would have heard wrong. It's exactly what it would have done if it was Cowan. So anyways, so this book, I had no idea it was going to be so much better than the first one that it blew it out of the water. I just started thinking about courtroom cases and how I love courtroom stuff, both very serious stuff, and I love courtroom comedy stuff too. I love them all across the board. I thought, what would I do if I was to write a book like that? How would I do it? And so that's what this is about. I'm going to tell you what kind of crazy situations Cowan Duty Popper gets into as a serious lawyer now, because now that's his passion. Cowan brings in customers, and that's the only reason the firm hasn't let him go, because the boss that runs this firm, they despise him, and it's not a shock. It's a reoccurring theme. His bosses hate him because he's a complete idiot that screws things up. But Cowan he won his first case, albeit in a strange fashion from the last book. But now, because he is successful, he's bringing in customers. And because he's bringing in customers, they keep him. Now, his first case, it starts off on the wrong foot immediately as soon as it comes in. The guy enters his office, and Cowan stupidly assumes this is the pizza guy. And it's not. And he threatens him. He absolutely, mocks him and terrorizes him with words. Goes out of his way to do that. And that guy is like, I'm not even the pizza guy. I'm trying to be your client, although now I'm second-guessing myself. And so he's so bad. Right off the gate, he's already bad. Now, the way I describe that scene is really funny and really contextual and very, very specific. But I'm not doing justice because I'm simply going over the book. I'm kind of skimming it right now off of memory. You actually have to read it because the scene's actually well done. This is my most successful book, you guys. This book was ranked number 1 online on a major ebook website. And I will never forget that. I have all the proof for it. I've posted it many places. And I even have an email from that website and everything. It's my biggest accomplishment as an author I never thought would happen. So why does this resonate with people? Well, here's why. I've created the perfect hybrid character of super level genius. I'm talking beyond comprehension how smart he is. Within a split second, he can articulate things with bigger words than anybody else has ever done. But he is as equally stupid when it comes to applying logic, just like in the first book. But in this one, it took to a whole new degree, a whole new level, in a good way, for entertainment purposes. So his first client, he needs his help. He needs his help. How is he gonna save this guy? Well, he takes his case because nobody wants to because nobody else wants to accept the case and go for a plea or try to argue it out of court or whatever. No, he wants his justice. Now, this is civil. This isn't a criminal court. This is a civil court. But, so he's trying to help this client out, but he doesn't do anything right. What he ends up doing is he asks him all these questions, and the questions he's asking are not relevant at all. Sound familiar? And the client is just getting so hopelessly pissed off and annoyed at Cowan because he's like, are you even listening to me? You're asking me dumb questions. You're interrupting me as things you're saying have nothing to do with the situation. These don't seem relevant to my case. You know what I mean? So it's already going horribly. Colin mishears things and he acts on them again. So he acts on the information he thinks he's heard about. Okay, so this guy is an inventor in this company. I'm very vague with the company on purpose because I don't know how the law works in real life. I don't know if I were to say a real company, if I could get sued or in trouble. So I stick to being general and vague. But it's a company that invents widgets and products. And I basically said, so this company, it's very simple. You have to invent things, and the things that you invent get sold, get used, and then they keep you employed. Well, this client of Powan's, he didn't invent anything, so they let him go. Well, he doesn't like that they let him go, so he's taking legal action, which is his right to do. Doesn't mean he would win if this is a real situation, but it's his legal right to do so. He thinks he was wrongfully terminated or whatever. And he says it's because they did not give him enough time and resources to do what he needed to do to invent things. That's his thing, right? So when he's asking dumb questions that have nothing to do with it, that he actually said, quote, they didn't let me get endorsed. So that means ENDORSED. They did not endorse him. If they endorse him, that means they're going to keep him hired, keep him on the payroll, on the job. Alan is so stupid. He thinks that he said, they didn't let me get indoors. INDOORS. As in they locked him outside. So he's asking him, why did you guys, wait, what was that like? And did they lock the door to keep you outside? Like, he's asking him questions, and he's getting so mad, so frustrated. He's just like, what is wrong with you? That's not even what I said. Like, and then he said he thinks what they could be is that this could be solved by following these leads that he's making up in his head that are not good leads at all. So he goes on a mission. He sends subpoenas to like the Weather Channel, asking them like what the weather was like on the dates that his client was working, because if he was outdoors and the weather was hazardous, that somehow that would help him win the lawsuit. The meteorologists, the weather news, they didn't even take it seriously, and the judge dismissed it as a stupid lawsuit because Cowan's dumb and there's no relevance, no proof, and it just doesn't work that way. Anyway, so with all that time being wasted, Cowan goes to court for the day. This is the big day. And his client thinks that he's been preparing for the case. And instead, Cowan lambasts him with all these insults about how bad his client smells. How he smells so bad. Now, the funny thing is, if we pause for a second, did he really smell bad? Did he actually smell bad? Or did Cowan smell bad? We don't know. Because Cowan could be that dumb. He could be the one smelling bad, and his client could be just fine. We don't know. But anyways, so he says, he writes out, or excuse me, I wrote out, but he says out loud this long diatribe of comedic but very well-written insults about how bad his client smells. And that, taken in isolation away from this book, take the context of this book out of it, that is the greatest insult, the greatest paragraph quote ever in history. I put my money and my integrity on it, that has ever been said and written as an insult about somebody smelling bad. Put my paragraph there up against anything else ever written, mine will win. Because I worked very hard on that. I worded it with extremely large vocabulary words to make it as bombastic and hilarious as possible. As if this person really existed, and they could come up with words like this on the spot, this is what he would say, and that's what I was doing. So, I have little quotes in this book that can be used in isolation outside of the book, and this is one of them. Anyways, so that being said, he says, look, your testimony is key. I'm going to put you on the stand. And his client is like, my testimony? He goes, what are you talking about? He's like, you did not tell me I was going to be on the stand or that I was going to be testifying or any of this garbage. What are you talking about, sir? Like, he's, as he should be, he is absolutely livid. He is pissed off, as he should be, to make that very clear. And so because of that, he's like, he goes and does what Powen asks. Powen gives him cash to go buy a bottle of cologne to go at the store. Because he says, we can't help how bad your case is, but we can help how bad you smell. Like, he's insulting. It's so stupid but funny. So he does that. The guy actually does what he said, which is even more funny. And he said, if I lose this case, I'm going to crack this cologne bottle over your head. And I don't blame him. I mean, Powen's insulting him, and he's, potentially ruining his life if he loses this trial, right? So with all that going on, then he comes back, trial starts, and I do a great. I'm just being honest, you guys. Okay, this book is my number one ranked book for a reason online and everything. Like, people do support this book, and I think why is because I did a good job of the best dialogue in this story and in the back and forths in the courtroom. I'm vague where I need to be. I actually mention in this book specifically summary judgment, which is a part of the court process. I actually mention that in one sentence, so without being specific, so that I can't have it used against me as, well, Adam, see, because you were too specific, that's not how summary judgment works in a real court. Yeah, I didn't want that to happen, so I mentioned it so briefly. I said it didn't go well. Well, that's vague. That can mean a lot of things. Summary judgment didn't go well. Well, does that mean what? I don't know. That's why I said it as vague as I could, because I didn't want it to come off as so unrealistic with how I was wording it, so that people with legal backgrounds couldn't see this and go, well, that's not proper, that's not realistic. I try my best to be vague where I needed to be, and that's an example of that. So the trial starts. The lawyer for the company that fired his client, they are destroying Powen. They are absolutely destroying Powen's case. Powen is trying everything he can to make it look bad for the other team, but every time, at every single turn, he says something. Surprisingly, he never gets the upper hand. And so I think that's why people like it. It's not like Powen is just some unstoppable force. No, he's literally getting destroyed. He is getting wrecked in that courtroom, legally wrecked. And I think that's why people like my story, because it'd be one thing if I just made him some invincible, unstoppable lawyer, but that's not the case. So, anyway, sorry, I'm probably getting way off topic. I'm not trying to. I'm just passionate about my work, you know what I'm saying? So, when he goes and he puts his client on the stand, he tells his client beforehand, he goes, listen, no matter what happens, you do not lie, and you answer with the truth. You say the full truth. You do not lie or exaggerate. You just be completely honest. Tell everyone the truth when you're being asked a question by me or the lawyer on the other side. So he does that, and it comes out about basically, okay, so the other lawyer just destroys him on the stand. Really humiliates him. He's like, look, the thing is, you invented nothing, okay? Why wouldn't we fire you? We're looking for people in our work field that can invent things. That's the point of production. That's how we get our return on investment. That's why we pay you for. But you didn't make enough, so you deserve to be fired. You didn't make anything. And he's just getting destroyed. He's trying to throw in there that, okay, he didn't have enough time or resources. And he's like, okay, that's your opinion, but that's not true. Other people with less time and resources, they've gotten products out there. The second lowest person had 4, but you had none. You invented nothing. So it's so bad. Everything he tries to do, even without Colin's help, everything he tries, it fails. It absolutely backfires. It makes it look like a slam done, zero thinking case where it's over. Like he is going to lose because no matter what he says, they've already slapped him in the face with it verbally and just killed him with it. So Colin says something inappropriate about, boy, if I was on jury duty, this would be the worst case to be on, and the judge gets very angry and stuff. He's starting off really bad, and it finally hits him. He has a eureka moment where he pauses and realizes, wait a minute, I have a chance. If I can make this work, I have a chance. He has Barry on the stand. He asks Barry, he goes, Barry, he's like waving at him to follow my lead, basically, and he's like, he's telling him, he's telling his client, okay, how many things did you invent? And he's like, no things. And he goes, wait, are you saying that you invented nothing? And he motions with his hand, and he goes, I invented nothing. And he goes, all right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court, you heard it all the way around the courtroom. You heard it from me, you heard it from my client, and you even heard it from their company's lawyer that fired him. We all heard it. We don't need to bring the court stenographer to rewind the tapes. We all heard them say, all 3 of them, under oath, that my client invented nothing. Therefore, we should throw this case out and give us the victory right now, Judge. And the judge and the other lawyer is very angry, and he's like, objection, what are you even talking about? You haven't established anything. You haven't even addressed the contract that is supposed to be what you're disputing. Like, and so the judge gets confused, and he goes, wait a minute, what are you getting at? Now I'm confused as well. And Colin goes, my client invented nothing. Do you get it? So they fired him off of the pretense that he did not invent enough. They said, well, he didn't invent enough. And that's why they fired him. They said the second lowest person to ever invent anything for your company invented 4 widgets for production, for the shelves, for customers, right? Well, he invented nothing, but he's the only one. So Colin created a paradox because how can it's called the inventor's paradox that I invented, Adam Stark, me speaking of, I invented for this book. The inventor's paradox. Can you really say that you are not an inventor if you invented nothing? Quote unquote, nothing was invented, unquote. So that's the paradox. Are you saying he invented nothing? Or are you saying that he did not invent anything, but he's the only one? If there was more than one if there was more than one worker that invented nothing, then he wouldn't be a standalone case. But he is the only one that invented nothing. Nothing, quote unquote, was invented. So it's a paradox. And by the way, I am butchering it right now, going off the top of my head. I wrote this out really well and clear and concise in the book. So just throwing it out there. I'm doing myself a disservice again. So the judge accidentally helps Colin's case by basically acknowledging. He goes, oh, are you saying there's a paradox that if he invented, that means that he didn't not invent? Like, he accidentally says that, and that basically pushes the jury in the direction that Colin wanted them to lean into, intellectually speaking. So then he ends up winning the case. The jury buys it. They go, yep, okay. And they give him the victory. Then the client thanks him and feels so much better, and he goes, I have your next client all ready for you. So Cowan ended up winning because he ended up creating a paradox in the moment when not only did his client, but the lawyer on the other team, the other side of the courtroom, came up with by saying the exact quote, he invented nothing. And then he realized I could use that in a literal sense to say, well, then he did invent something because he invented nothing, and he's the only one. And just hilarious. So you see, he won the case by a wordplay conundrum. Just hilarious. But he was nowhere near winning at all. The whole time he was getting destroyed. He was getting laughably destroyed until that moment. And that's the magic of this book. So his next client comes in. It goes really bad. He said he shouldn't have gotten terminated either because the last person that got terminated, or excuse me, he got terminated, but the other guy did not get terminated, and he was a younger kid, and he put out just a little bit more products than me. But I haven't been there that long. Like, if they give me time, I know I would be able to produce more, and it wouldn't be a problem. And so Cowan's pissing this guy off, and the guy is basically, the client is putting out a conspiracy. He goes, you know what, I'll tell you what, I think I know exactly why they fired me, by the way. Because there's these office buildings that the company I work for, that they purchased, and I think that's what the problem is. I think they needed funding for that, so they needed to get rid of people like me who were on their lesser end of their better workers. So I think that's what they did. I think they fired me to save money because of this purchase that they made, this expensive. And he was saying they bought all these. He worded it in a specific way that tripped Cowan up and got his cursed ears going. He's like, well, they made this purchase, and they got these purchase. And so Cowan goes, okay, so where exactly is this pond or this lake? And his client is so confused. He's like, what are you even talking about? Pond or lake? Like, what are you talking about? And Cowan hears the word purchase, Purchase, and he thinks his client is saying Perch', as in the fish called a perch, as in plural, multiple, more than one perch fish. Perch is purchase. So he thinks that's what he's saying. Stupidly, of course, because it's Cowan. And so the guy's like, Cowan, are you even listening to me? It's a pattern. He's like, are you even listening to me? Are you even taking me serious? So Cowan, again, screws this up. He ends up studying fish, the perch fish. That's what he does. He studies fish. And that's the basis of his defense, which, in other words, he has no defense. He's absolutely screwed, and he's not ready, he's not prepared, he's unprepared, he's in over his head again. Once again, it repeats itself. So, what happens here? Goes to court, and they are absolutely destroying Cowan again, killing him on the stand, not on the stand, but with arguments. They're absolutely murdering him on the stand. They're making him look so bad. Cowan even says, he throws out at a last-ditch effort, he's so desperate, he thinks this might work. He mentions the conspiracy that his client mentioned to him in private, which is probably a breach of law anyway, because I don't think that's attorney-client privilege, right? He's probably not supposed to even say that in open court. which just makes it even more funny if you understand the law a little bit. But so the judge gets so furious. He's banging the gavel. He says, listen to me right now. He goes, this, in my courtroom, this is a civil court case. We are not talking about conspiracies in this courtroom. This case is not some criminal trial where you can introduce ideas like that as a defense. That is not how this works, Mr. Yudi Copper. Do I make myself clear? We are not mentioning that word anymore. This is not an acceptable plea of your defense or whatever. Okay, I word it better in the book, obviously. But, so he says all that. So Powen's really destroyed now. Really freaking, doomed. He has no defense. So the guy got fired because he did worse than the other new guy who is a lot younger than him, and therefore it doesn't seem fair because he's the old timer and he has more experience. So he's like, well, I should have a chance, but they fired me, and they probably secretly fired me because they need money because of those buildings they just bought. So it's like he's screwing himself over again and about to ruin another guy's life again. And he tells him, don't worry, I have a plan. He goes, this is our last shot. I'm going to wait until the closing arguments, the closing statement, and that's when I'm really going to throw my case out there. And his client's like, oh my God, what did I do picking this guy? My life is ruined. I'm going to be out of a job. I'm not going to live the life that I was planning on living for myself. You're going to ruin everything. And you know, he's just horribly deflated at this point. And so closing arguments come. And Cowan also tells him, don't worry, another reason I'm going to win, nobody in the jury wants to listen to boring contract language that's all their defense is going to say. Contract this, contract that, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have something more exciting for them. It's just so stupid, right? But what he ends up doing, okay, this, for me personally, is one of the biggest highlights of this book. It's a surprise motion that I don't think anybody could have possibly conceived that I would actually throw into a book. I take something serious. I take a serious thing in life that I discovered, and I implemented it in my book here at this moment in an albeit random event in the book that you might think, why would you do it at this part? Why not some other part? But this is what I did. I wrote something so serious, surprising. It is a fact, though, but a surprising thing that could actually make some readers cry a little bit. I'm serious. It could make you tear up a little bit if you listen to it in the actual book, not what I'm about to do now and butcher it by a brief summary. But in the actual book, if you listen, I think some of you might actually cry a little bit. You'll be shocked at how emotional it gets. I explained something I discovered. Now, I need to be clear. When I say I discovered, quote unquote, I do not mean I'm the one that realized this and put this together scientifically. No, that's not what I'm saying. This is something a scientist named Janet, I can't remember her name. Janet something actually found out. And ever since I heard their research, I was blown away. And I've been sharing it with people ever since because I think it's fascinating and really cool. And I wanted to show it in this book, but in a very different random context. So I explained in the closing argument in court, I said, look, you know what, Judge? You're right. This is not a conspiracy. So he starts off right there showing that, yeah, this is not a conspiracy. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. I was wrong. Why? Because anybody can make a mistake. So he's basically giving the opposition in the courtroom a low blow, like an insult, like, oh, we made a mistake? And so they're very confused. They have no idea where Cowan's going with this. They're like, wait. But he just insulted them. And so he says, look, The thing is, you guys, everything can be solved with a simple kindergarten math problem. And what he does is he takes the work. I'm finally getting to the point of Janet's research. The research says this, and when I found this out, I found it fascinating. Time does go by faster the older you get. And you're going to say, no, it doesn't, Adam, because 1 second is always 1 second. 1 minute is always 60 seconds. 1 year is always 365 days, etc. So what do you mean time goes faster? No, it doesn't. And as Janet explained, it really blew my mind. And I never knew I was going to use this in a book for a random comedic courtroom trial, but here we are. It does go faster because of this. Let's just say, hypothetically, let's say your cognitive memory starts at age 5. We're picking age 5 because it's an easy number to remember. We're just going to pick that number. Now, maybe it's someone else different. That's not the point. Chill. We do the math. Okay. Starts at age 5. Let's say 5 is when your first memories start forming. Okay. So what does that do? That means at age 5, from age 5 to age 6, how much is that? You're going to say 1 year. You're going to say 365 days, etc. But hold on. That's also what? 1/5. Why? Because you're only 5. 1 year is 1/5. That's 20%. 20%. To put it in perspective as a fraction, or 1/5. That is a big chunk of your total life, right? Therefore, it's going to go slow because that's a 20% of your life. That's a long time. That's going to take a long time, obviously. So what happens when you're 50? From 50 to 51. Well, how much is a year then? Well, if you're thinking in terms of linearity, you're going to say, well, that's the same as a year, 365 days, etc., and 52 weeks. But that's not the case, because when you hear it, if you actually do the math there, in terms of Janet's research, if you're 50, hypothetically, you're 50 years old, 1 year is 1/50th. 1/50. 1/50. So 1 year out of 50 years you've already experienced is not a long time at all, because you've already experienced 50 of them. So what's one more? That's not much. That's not 20% like when you're 5 and you experience a year. That's a completely different thing. So yes, her research shows that time does go faster when you're older, because it's relative to how much of time you have actually experienced. And it makes sense. You do that. So what I did here, absurdly, of course, but I did it in an emotional way. I had Powen tell the jury that, look, if we do a simple kindergarten math problem, we take the age of the the age of the coworker that is the young guy that did not get terminated, and I can't remember what it is. I have to look. I think he was like 22 or something. I was like, you take that, and you take 22 going into 1 year, so 1/22 times the number of products he made, and then you take that number, put it to the side, and then you do. But my client, who's 63 or whatever, 1 year is 1/60, or 1/63, and you take that times it by his. So you see, they're saying my client actually was a faster employee if you use time not linearly, but if you utilize time using Janet's method, then yes, a year goes by faster for my client because he's already experienced 6 decades of years, quote unquote. So he was a faster worker. They just simply made a mistake, an innocent little mistake with their math. And if any of you in the jury need a calculator and check my work, you are free to do so when you're deliberating. Just makes it as absurd as possible. But so he says that it's kind of emotional because you're thinking about your grandparents, you're thinking about your grandkids that mean everything to you, and you're thinking about the people that are no longer with us that have passed on, and you get a little sad, and you think about that, and you think, for those of us that have young kids and their grandparents did not get to see them grow up all the way, it's very heartbreaking because you wish they could have seen them graduate and get married and stuff like that. It's emotional when you think about. But for them, that time went by fast. But for the kids that we adore and cherish so much, it went by so slow. I was trying to put that effect in there to make people emotionally compromised when they're reading this and think about it. And so what it ended up doing, he won the case in a surprise, ridiculous, of course, but in a surprise fashion, he ended up winning the case because of that final closing argument by utilizing Janek's math to say, well, no, see, my client actually was the faster employee because you weren't doing math properly. And so it's just so stupid. His boss actually threatened to kill him when he didn't put this case to trial. He said, you are wasting our time and resources. You cannot win this case. You need to deal this out. Take a plea, make a compromise, make a negotiation or whatever with the other company, you idiot, Cowan. And that's not what happened. He took it to trial, but he ended up winning in a very surprising fashion. He ended up winning. Unbelievable, but funny, and in my own style and fashion of writing and comedy. Just perfectly lined out, but not like the way I summarized it here and butchered it. In the actual text, it's a phenomenal job. I'm very proud of it. So, where does he go from here? Well, then we give Cowan, this is my other genius here. I'm just being honest. I'm proud of myself, man. Okay, can I be honest? You guys want me to be honest, or do you want me, you know what I mean? I'm being honest. I thought, of all the absurd things that could happen to Cowan in my fictional universe of him, right? I thought, what's one thing I'm missing? I was thinking about this, and I thought, oh my gosh, dude, Cowan needs a girlfriend, because how many ways would he screw that up? Oh, unlimited, infinite possibilities. So he meets a woman. This woman wants Cowan as a client. She is rich like him, so they have that in common. They're both very absurdly rich for Lord knows what reason, but they're very rich. And she finished her college, paid off her student debt immediately, boom, 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 back done. And because this is not anything new under the sun here, they said, well, you paid it off too soon, so you have to pay another payment. And I've seen this happen before, and it always confused me, but I thought if it confused me personally, if you pay something off too fast, then they go, well, you have one more payment. I thought if it confuses me, Adam Stark, then I'm sure it has to confuse somebody else out there in the world. So that's what I'm banking on. I'm like, somebody else has to relate to that. So she goes, well, I want to sue them. No, screw them. I did my job. I paid them. I should be debt-free from them, but they demanded I pay again. I'm not okay with that, and I know you're the guy that gets results. And Cowan scares her with his stupidity and how he doesn't understand how to talk. When he hears things wrong with his cursed ears, he applies things wrong in his lack of logic. And then he is too stupid to see that this woman is also flirting with him, throwing herself at him, and he's too stupid to see that. Now, it's also a funny satire on a lot of people today, men and women. We always see this. You'll see somebody will be like, dude, she likes you, she's into you, and you'll be like, what? She is? Are you sure? I don't think so. And like, they don't know. It's like, we all have seen that happen in our life. Don't lie to me. You've seen somebody in your life that someone else has a crush on them, and you're like, bro, how do you not see that? How can you not tell that woman is all over you? She's laughing at everything you say on purpose. She's touchy-feely with you a little bit, and she's always following you. Like, what do you mean, like, you don't know? We all have people like that. So I put relatable content in this chapter so that you can see that. So Cowan doesn't get it, and she's so stupid. She's like, no, excuse me, he's so stupid. I don't know. Jeez, that came out bad. He is so stupid. She said to him, why don't we go maybe to your place. I mean, we could use each other. We could use each other's company. And so basically, what she said was, she said that he goes, well, you're already using my company because I'm your lawyer, and this is the firm that you came to. So what company do you have that I could ascertain for your use? He's so stupid. He completely screws up the flirt that she was putting on him. She was throwing herself. She was saying like, "Yeah, I'll go over to your house. Like it's a done deal. Like we're set." And he doesn't even see that. He's still thinking stupidly and absurdly in company terms. Like, what could I do in work-related terms to help you? Because that's what you're saying to me. Like, it's so bad. Like, he doesn't capture it, but because of the wording she used, use each other's company, which really just means I want to hang out with you and probably cuddle or spoon or whatever. He's like, oh, my company is what you're using now. What are you? It's just so dumb. Like he's absolutely pathetically stupid. But it's even more funny because it's a woman who adores him and who's clearly attracted to him and throwing it on him thick, but he still can't see it. And that's part of the humor that I think people will like. We all know people like that. Every one of us. We know someone in our life, some cousin or sibling. We're like, dude, how did you not know that chick liked you? Or like, ma'am, how did you not know that guy liked you? He's giving you all the signals. How do you not see that? Are you blind? You know, we all know people like that. So I put that into this. So then Powen reveals he's so stupid, he doesn't know where he lives. He doesn't remember where he lives. And because of that, he just lives at the office. Like, he's that stupid. He forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Like, he just, so stupid. Like, it gets absurd, right? So, yeah, she has him over at the house. And she trusts him so much, so blindly, that he's going to solve this. Takes on the case, and the boss is about to fire him again. He's like, you are taking on the dumbest case I've ever heard. This is absurd. You are not equipped to work here anymore. Powen finds out this case gets pushed all the way, and this is another genius moment of mine, all the way to what? The Supreme Court. Yes, the height of the judicial court you can go to in the United States. The top, the Supreme Court. That's another genius moment of mine. If I'm going to make Powen a lawyer, I have to somehow put him in the Supreme Court. I have to, you guys. I have to do it. So Powen does this. And then the boss decides not to fire him because of that. Then, this is another isolated moment you can use outside of this book. Powen's too stupid. He can describe what falling in love is, and that's what I wrote. I wrote this. This is the greatest in the history of the English language ever. I put this against anything except, obviously I'm not putting it against the Bible, but I put this against anything else. This is the greatest thing, the greatest written paragraph, declaration of love, of falling in love ever written. Mine, hands down, me. I wrote this, I worked very hard on writing this. I used big words. Every third word is like a big word, a massive word that most people probably don't even know. But I studied, I worked hard on this vocabulary. I wanted to perfect this, and that's what I did. Powen describes falling in love without saying falling in love, but he describes it to his boss, and his boss is surprisingly touched. He goes, "Oh, Powen, it seems you've fallen in love. That's really beautiful." And Powen gets angry and dismisses him and yells at him and slams the door because he's in denial. Okay, he's like, "Yeah, that's preposterous. I don't fall in love." So he's in denial. So it's like another relatable thing. He just does it in an absurd fashion. Okay, then they go to Supreme Court. Then she starts to hate him. Oh, her name, by the way, is Madeline Barton. Here's a secret. Here's an Easter egg. How did I come up with that name? There is a movie, a great movie called It's by Alfred Hitchcock. It's got Jimmy Stewart. It's called Vertigo. And the actress, Kim, she did amazing in Vertigo. She really stole the show, and the movie is shot really well, and it's a great movie. It's not one of my favorite movies, but it is a really great movie, and her character was really well done. Well, she plays two roles. She plays Madeline Elster or Essler or whatever, and Julie or Judy. Right now, I'm screwing up. Barton. So I just combined the first name and the last name of both of her characters to make Madeline Barton. That's where I came up with that name. Just if you're curious. I don't know. I've never said that before. I've never explained that before, so I thought I'd do it now. So that's how I came up with her name. So now she starts to hate him because Cowan says, "Listen, your testimony is key when you go on the stand. This is the last chance we have to win." And she's like, "Whoa, what? Why am I going on the stand? Like, what do you mean?" And so, she's like so confused, so upset. She feels betrayed. She feels like Cowan's already lost. Like at this point, you know what I mean? So she's not happy about it. So, but then he makes it worse. He goes, "Also, with all the time I've spent at your house and we've spent together, I'm letting you know that if we happen to lose this case, I am going to kill myself, and I already wrote a note that explains all these personal stuff that you and I have ever talked about with each other on our long nights together. So you will be the number one suspect." It's like he just sets her up. He's like putting the most ridiculous amount of pressure on her. He's like, "So that now you know. So don't screw up, or you are going to be in legal trouble." Like, just how pathetic. Just so mean. But he says all that, okay? And I forgot to mention, too, at one point he's like telling her, like, "No, I'm going to go to my house." And he goes, and remember, he doesn't remember where he lives. So he ends up accidentally, because he's an idiot, he goes to her house because that's more recent in his memory. And she embraces him and hugs him, and she's like so happy to see him. And so she's like, "Oh, you did come to see me." And in his head, he's like, "No, I didn't. I thought I was going to my house. How did I end up here?" You know, just because his memory is that bad. You know, it's that cursed. It's that awful. So it's like, even when he's not trying to, he's going to screw everything up. But anyways, to continue. So now, fast forward into the Supreme Court trial. Puts her on the stand. She explains the story and everything. Nothing works. He gets destroyed. This time, even worse. Even more brutally than ever before. Every turn, everything. Both of them, Madeline and Cowan, get destroyed. They suck. The Supreme Court is seriously threatening them and everything. That's how bad they're getting destroyed. And at this point, you think, okay, Cowan has to lose this one. He has to. He's done for, right? Well, because of legal precedent, not in real life, but in the life of the universe of this fictional story of the world's worst murder detective series that I created, he brings up the precedent that, wait a minute, so the education department that gave us this loan that she paid off, that she's saying she should not have to pay even more on because she paid it off early and that's she's being penalized for, these are the same people that have a false grading system because our education system teaches that it goes the grade A, B, C, D, no E, and then F. You fail. But it should have been an E there, like he said in the first book. And obviously, you think, yeah, it's over. The Department of Education or whatever is there, and they're like, yeah, okay, nice try. You know, you suck. But the Supreme Court says, well, this is legal precedent. He did win a case in the first book when he wasn't the lawyer, he was the client. But he brought up that the FBI threatened him in that case over the grading scale being wrong, and Cowan won that case when his lawyer found out about that letter and then sued him back and got him everything. So it ended up working, and he won the Supreme Court case. He won in the Supreme Court, and they were, and I wish this was real, trust me, we all do, and they were ordered to suspend all loans. So everybody that has taken up a loan, every single one of them now does not owe any money anymore. They are debt-free when it comes to school loans, because the Department of Education needs to fix their grading skill to add the letter E. So because of that, they ended up fixing it for everybody. So there was news stories of men and women and old women, young men, old men, crying in the streets saying, thank you so much for doing what you did, Cowan. I can't believe I'm debt-free now. And all these people celebrating because they're free of school debt because of this random occurrence that happened. And so Cowan is victorious every single time he went in the courtroom. So then he decides, what is the next thing to do now that he's already reached the top? Go to prison, of course. What? Well, he tells Madeline, his girlfriend, he says, no, I'm bored of being a lawyer. I've already done it all. So, because the way my mind works, I have to keep shooting up. Once I've already shot up, and since I already shot to the top, now I'm done. I've already done it all. So now I don't care about it anymore. And so now I need to go to prison because that's where I do my best thinking. So that's what he does. So how does he set that up? How does he make that work? He ends up so stupid. He goes, I want to commit a crime, but I don't want to actually commit a crime. I want to do it by accident. So he goes, what I'll do is I'm going to break into the IRS building, like anybody could find where that is. Go in the IRS building and take the sign off of the door that says bathroom and put that sign that says bathroom in front of the door that says this is an office or whatever. And he's just going to go in there and take a huge dump all over the floor. So then obviously for breaking and entering, for destroying, or vandalizing public property and whatever else charges, he obviously is arrested. And even though he's claiming it was a quote-unquote accident, obviously they have footage of him with a drill taking the door sign off and everything. So it's not like his plan even works on its face or anything. But so he does that. He thanks the public defender for being so good at his job, for getting him convicted of every one of the crimes. It's so stupid. He hired a public defender because he knew they would fail him, and that's in his case what he wanted. He wanted them to fail. So he's like, thank you guys, yay, I failed. It's absurd. It's comical like that. So he goes to prison to do his thinking, and he wants to see what his job is. Now, his girlfriend is so hurt and distraught that he would do that, and he gets a visit in prison by the most unlikely source. His old boss from the first book, John Kratzworth. As soon as he enters in, and Cowan's happy to see him, for some reason he's happy to see him, he gives him the obligatory shut up and doesn't want to hear it. He says, listen, so we're in a bad situation. We are trying to solve this case, but we can't do it. We just cannot convict this guy. We don't have the evidence to do it. So what we're going to do, we want you to work with us. And then Cowan gets too excited and stupid. You mean I get to be reestablished as a detective again? And John Kratzworth completely bombasts him with insults. No, you stupid idiot. Why would I have a convict on me? No. What you're going to do is you're going to be basically a PI for us, and you're going to illegally obtain evidence that I am not going to risk any of us and our staff of obtaining. But if you do it, then they don't have any choice but to accept it when we put it in as evidence that we've discovered it. We just won't explain where we got it or whatever. And Cowan's like, yep, great, okay, sounds good. So no thought involved. Just, yep, that's the plan, okay. So now he knows what he wants to do. And when he talks to his girlfriend again, the funniest line I wrote in this whole book it's this line that I wrote that I don't know, this is a crazy thing. I actually laughed when I wrote it out loud. Because what I said was, when when it was time to get released, the day had come. So what is the happiest time in a prisoner's time is when their time is done, when they get to be free, obviously. Like, I don't need to explain that. I mean, that's obvious information. So what does he do? He goes and getting, he's talking about, because he's writing the book that you were reading, quote unquote, which is really me. And so what he says to it is, this is it. This is my moment. She's coming to pick me up. I am so happy and everything. This is great. And he goes, and I see my girlfriend there ready to pick me up because now I'm free and I'm paroled from prison. And this is every man's dream. Now, you think he's going to say that you have a woman that will stand by you even though you're in the system and you're a convicted criminal and all that. Instead, he has the nerve to write, the happiest moment in my time in my life in prison is to see I'm getting picked up by a car so I don't have to wait to take the bus. I mean, just a complete absurd left turn that I wrote, and I said, oh my God. The reason why it's funny, me personally, Adam Stark, I wouldn't say something like that in a serious way, ever. Like, that's so disturbing and so disgusting. It's not something I would say. That's why I wrote it, because it's so funny, because it's so not like me to say that. So I had to just laugh. I'm like, when I wrote that, I actually laughed out loud. I'm being dead serious. I laughed out loud when I wrote that. I said, what a curveball. I hope when people read that, they were shocked that that's what I said instead of the obvious thing to say. I really hope people laughed like I did. Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm proud of that line. I thought it was unexpected but funny. So he starts talking, and Madeline, inadvertently, she actually fixes Pallen's problem. It's hilarious. I gave her that much power, and I gave a nice homage to women and to men that don't listen to women enough when they should, because it's give and take. You can't, like, that's a lot of people have this problem when they're like, when people will tell somebody, dude, just listen to your wife, man. And they're like, no, I know what I'm doing. And it's like, no, if you would just listen, your problem would be solved. And it basically goes, okay, she gets mad at them for something that they're talking about. And, oh, that's what it was. So he doesn't tell her what his job is now. Doesn't even say it. And she goes to say, well, what is your new job? And he's like, oh, I can't tell you, sorry. So she inadvertently fixes his entire problem, and they make up and they get over their anger about each other. And she says, maybe whenever you hear something with your cursed ears, you should do the opposite of what you hear. And it really, really gave him another eureka moment. He goes, that's it. You're right. That's exactly right. That's what I needed to do this whole time. I should have done the opposite of what my ears said, and then I wouldn't have this problem. It wouldn't be a problem anymore. That's it. And so his whole problem right there was fixed, or should I say, seemingly fixed. I'll get to that. So the case becomes this. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, where did I get this case? This case was from a story I created straight to YouTube. I made a TV show. I made 2 episodes. I just used very simple, practical effects, nothing fancy, nothing, literally just quick editing and some photoshopping. And I made a show called Detectives on a Mysterious Case. It's still online. You can still find it on all my pages. Okay? And what this is, it's a show where there's a crime that's committed, there's a victim, and you try to solve it. Well, you have more than one detective, fictional detective, arguing over how to pursue this, how to continue the case forward. And what happens is when you get further along and further along and further along, you see clues on the screen. Now, you don't know what clues are at the beginning because some of them are very obvious, some of them may not be. Some of them, I might show a computer screen on the screen with a bunch of notes on it. Is that all gibberish, or is some of it a clue? Here's the point why I'm bringing that up for this book. I only did 2 episodes. I never continued it, unfortunately. Maybe I will one day, but I stopped after 2 for some reason. Episode 2 is the case that I decided to put into this book. I did not get a lot of views on this show. Nobody really cared too much aside from a few friends. And I liked my work on there, but I figure people gravitate toward my books. So I'll put this case in my book, but in an alternate timeline, an alternate universe. Because that's not what this is. This is another place. This is not the place that it was in the original show. This is in Powan's world now. Completely different situation. Absolutely 180 degrees different. So Powan is told that this case is a guy is dead because he was trying to fight against his boss in this warehouse by getting signatures from a bunch of coworkers about unfair treatment or whatever. And then all of a sudden the lights went out in the building and somebody shoved this poor old man trying to get those signatures in the closet. Well, this closet has a door that is not fixed. It does not open from the inside. It only opens from the outside. And so they have suspicion that it could be the custodian or it could be the boss who at least has a motive that owns that building and that runs that building. It could be him that did it because of them fighting back with signatures and stuff. So they're not sure who did it, but they need more evidence, and they can't get evidence because they've tried and they failed, so they don't really know what's going on. So they hire Powan to illegally break in there through a sewer and get evidence and try and figure this out because they have failed to do so with legal means, but they want to solve it. They want justice for the victim and everything. So what they end up doing is they take on this case, and he goes in, he breaks in, he goes in there, he looks at the boss's computer, and he sees something suspicious. It's a list of work orders, and the work orders in the completed work order section, one of them is for that door that killed that guy that died. Now, that guy died, he was locked in that door when the lights went out in the whole building, and somebody had to have shoved him in there and shut the door. Well, this was before a 3-week break for Christmas break, so he was trapped in there for 3 weeks. Obviously, he died. He couldn't have survived. So, due to that, he was kind of screwed. He didn't really have, well, obviously, I don't have to tell you that. Malnourishment, you can't eat, you can't drink. What are you going to do? You're out of choices. So, because of that, being trapped in there for that long, he died. I mean, I'm speaking the obvious. But they believe that it wasn't an accident. But to see that the work order on the boss's computer showed that was completed, that's very suspicious. And to get deleted phone calls audio of people saying that they were going to sign signatures and that the governor was even going to help and take this case further against him, the boss of the building. Now he's truly key suspect number 1. But Powan obtained this information illegally. Now, they claim that there was a receipt of the boss went to the store to get a key, a copy of a key. But he claims the key that he was copying was his truck key. But the problem is they can't prove it, but they know he can't be telling the truth either because it was only a little bit of money to change the keys. Not a lot. It was only a little bit of money to change the keys. And, you know, a brand new truck key is going to be a lot of money. So they know that he's not telling the truth. So he probably got a key for that closet so that he could basically keep that key himself so no fingerprint evidence could be caught on or anything. Like, he's as clever as he could possibly be, and he had the perfect motive and time opportunity to do this. So Powan cracks the case illegally, of course, but what does he do? he decides to stupidly and absurdly do a citizen's arrest. So he arrests him himself. He drives over there. He's telling his bosses, well, they're telling him, no, stand down, you idiot. You're going to ruin all of our evidence against him. And this case is going to be thrown out. And Cowan on the phone, he goes, you know what? I got to go. I think I just ran him over. So he hangs up the phone. He had ran over the guy. He ran over the suspect. Such an idiot. And he reads him the Miranda rights and arrests the suspect and everything. Just such an idiot, such a clown. He ruined everything. The one time he could have helped get justice for somebody in a criminal case, he failed. He absolutely failed, dropped the ball. Horrible. So what happens there? He goes to prison again, and his girlfriend makes him promise that this is the last time. You won't go to prison anymore. And he agrees. And so because of that, what ends up happening, he gets to, when he gets out of prison, he finds his true meaning in life. Because he is such an intelligent man when it comes to book smart, but not street smart, he figures out the key thanks to his girlfriend. Why doesn't he teach it as a tutor for people? And so that becomes his new life passion. He teaches the law to people, but with one key difference from every other tutor you've ever seen in the universe of living organisms. He does not let them ask questions verbally because of his cursed ears. As soon as they open their mouth, he goes, and he points to a paper and pencil and has them write their questions out so that he cannot mishear them with his cursed ears. So it's a happy, silly, but happy ending. So there you have it. That is my most successful book by far. Well, at least so far, but I mean, enough time has passed. At this point, I'm assuming that's the most success I'll ever see. But I'm very proud of myself, very proud of that. I wouldn't have changed a thing. It was awesome. A fun journey. So now I'm going to give you two bonuses really quick. I'm going to say I had an idea for a third book in the world's worst murder detective series. In my opinion, and I'm not alone in this, I'm sure, is it not, it is, but is it not very hard to get a sequel better than the original? That's so tough to do with anything, right? With video games, movies, anything, it's tough. But I feel like, obviously, I did that. I know it's better, by far. It's way better. So I thought, okay, a third one, though, that's going to be pushing it. Like, that really is going to be pushing it. So I said, hypothetically, if I did do it, this is what I would do. This is what I would do. I would do a completely different type of story, but still in Cowan's universe. This is what I would do. This is going to be so absurd. I would actually open the book by saying that this is a hypothetical take on a third book, and that if you don't like it, don't accept it as canon to the story. That's how, I'm being super honest, you guys. That's how serious I am about having doubts on this third book. But this is what I would do. I would have Cowan, Beauty Papa runs for president, because that's the biggest thing you could do in this country, obviously. I mean, I don't need to explain that. You know that. And so I would have him run for president, and in doing so, he would introduce like legislation. He would explain how, look, I eliminated school debt. Like, you have to vote for me. I'm amazing. Look what I did. I fought for justice for everybody. I eliminated school debt, you guys, because of the second book. And so things like that would win over crowds really well. And then he would have this absurd, this is a joke I had in 2016. I had it on my YouTube channel on Stark Command Center. I had a joke where there was a seminar on sleep deprivation. Being sleep deprived doesn't exist. You're actually experiencing an awakeness addiction. Yes, it's just a joke. Don't take me serious. It's a joke, you guys. Breathe. Okay, but my joke was, there's no such thing as being sleep deprived. All you people that have problems with that, no. You have an addiction to being awake. Now, it's a stupid joke, but I wanted, as Cowan would do, use all these serious big words and crazy phrasing and put it together in a way that would sound attention capturing, and it would help him lead the polls as president. It would make him like soaring really big. And then this is where I would do something way different than the others. Instead of continuing the story from Cowan's point of view, I would switch it to these other characters I would introduce. These other characters are trying to stop Cowan from winning the presidency. And what they would do, they would actually say that his awakeness addiction seminar thing is false, and that's easy to prove. That wouldn't be hard to write. But then I would take it a step further. I would actually consult a legal analyst to look at Cowan's courtroom cases, and they would say, as they should say, yeah, these are fake. This is not real. These are hoaxes. None of these court cases are even realistic. That doesn't work like that. No judge would allow Cowan's behavior and antics in a courtroom, so they are fake. And that would work to my advantage, because what I would do is I would say, wait a minute. So Cowan didn't even win those cases. So this is even bigger than we thought. This conspiracy is even bigger than we thought. This means this guy is such a fraud, but they don't care. They're still letting him slide. And he's going for the presidency with prior convictions and everything, and he faked his courtroom cases, but that means there has to be collusion there with a stream, a network of people helping him get away with it, and he's going to win presidency. This is really dangerous. And then I started, in my imagination, I would advance the story forward to a point that they would actually try to kill Cowan, and when they did, when they killed him, they're like, okay, now it's over, we saved him. The next day, they would see him at another press conference, at another meeting, doing another presentation, and they would be like, okay, wait, what just happened? We killed him, why is he still here? It would turn out Cowan is just an android, like a robot that the government created to get him into office. Because how else can somebody talk like that, the way he does his dialogues? How can anybody do that? Well, it's because he's a machine, that's why. He's not a real person. Playing off of the fact, to combat the idea, anybody would say, well, these are not realistic, Adam. And I would say, well, yeah, it's a comedy. It can't be entirely realistic. It's going to be realistic in some respects, and some it's not going to be, because it's a book. Hello? And so it would be my way of fighting that prospect of it. And that's just a hypothetical. I never got too far into the story there. I don't know how it would end, for example. I don't know. But I was trying, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do a hypothetical spin-off move where I take this story and I completely transform it. But that's just a thought. I never got too far in that process. And one other thing I'll say, and this is the last bonus I can think of anyway. One other book I was seriously considering writing, but I did stop myself and said, yeah, I don't know. I wanted to make a video game-based book. And what I mean by that is I want to make a fake, not real, but I want to make a pretend real story of professional gamers and their stories. So I would have a team of 4 or 5 very different, very unlikely people in different parts of the world, but they just, with different backgrounds and everything, but they just happen to play video games as a team, collectively as a team together very well, and that they would be the best. And so my thought was, if I get this team together, right, what I would do is I'd have one guy would be this really old slob, this really old chubby slob guy that does not have any family or anything. All he has is his gaming and everything and his real job, and that's it. He doesn't have a life outside of that. And what I would have is, this is my humor, I would have their investigators would come over to his place and they would arrest him, and they would threaten him, and they would say, listen, we know where the bodies are. And he'd be like, you're assuming as they're saying these things to him that he's committed some murders or something. And instead, they would absurdly, of course, they would absurdly show screenshots of video game deaths that he did, where they would say, see, you were using a hacked controller or a modded controller or something when you killed them. And they just keep showing him like pictures of video game dead bodies and being like, see, we have them, we know what you did. And they basically threatened him and like, okay, you're going to be undercover for us when you enter that competition. So a Major League Gaming competition happens, and those are real. They have those. I don't know if they still do. It's been out of the loop. But they used to have those. They would have another one. And so the people that he's been playing with would get together in a team and show up, and they would do practice together, and they would like memorize map layouts, and like they would like stare at papers on a table that show the different areas in the video game maps, just like absurd stuff. And they would like practice finger exercises for their trigger fingers and stuff. And then like I would have like in one round in the competition, there would be this one guy from Europe somewhere with like a thick accent, and I thought it'd be cool if like in this game mode it was like a tie game, and they think they're going to lose because the other team is just really good, or they capture the flag or something. But that guy on their team happens to do this 1 in a million, once in a lifetime, very lucky shot where he happens to kill the guy in the video game so that he can advance and take it to the next spot or whatever, and then they score the flag. But then as he takes the flag and as he's about to score, you just see his guy in the video game walking sideways, and you're like, what are you doing? Like, why aren't you scoring? We can win the game. What are you doing? And they look over, and he's having a seizure from overdosing on some drug. And so because of that, they call the game null and void, and they don't disqualify the team, but they call this game, they cancel this game, this match, I should say, and they ask to do it again another day because they couldn't finish it or whatever. So then they try it again later, and they have to recruit a new guy on the team, and then they try to work it out that way. And so basically, I would write a whole long story, and here's the point. Funny video game related antics and metaphors for video game that sound like I'm talking about real stuff, but it ends up being video game related stuff. Like I would add a lot of that in there, and then at the end, the guy that was recruited by the FBI or whatever, he does the horrible thing. Even though they win the tournament, he throws them all under the bus, the investigators, and they all get arrested, and they all go to prison for some crime. I haven't made it up yet. I don't know what I'm going to have them do because I don't think I'm going to actually write this book. But whatever it is that he's got dirt on them for, he would do the horrible thing of throwing them all under the bus, getting them all arrested, sending them all to prison, himself included, although he would make a deal with the prosecution for helping by being a rat. And then when he wins all this money, he decides to invest in letting the prison have video games in prison from now on. Just absurd. That's my absurd ending to a book I did not even write yet, but I don't know if I ever will, but it's just something I'm working on. Anyways, thank you all for listening. This was fun.